Good evening and welcome to the April 12th special meeting of council. The city of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation for approval of the agenda, that the agenda of April 12th, 2023 special council meeting agenda be approved? Moved by Councillor Wood, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And just noting that Councillor Fraz is, I can see Councillor Fraz, I can see you. Councillor Fraz, thank you. Is there any other council members online? Thank you. We have one delegation today. We have a delegation from the Pioneer Crescent Neighborhood Residents Association, requests for assistance for Shelly Road Park. A presentation by S. McLean of the Pioneer Crescent Neighborhood Residents Association, requesting assistance for the purchase of playground equipment and accessible playground surfacing for Shelly Road Park. Good. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Since I have been involved in helping with this project, I will recuse myself.
Thank you.
I don't make anything on this, but but still, I have helped with it. So.
Thank you. So for the benefit of the audience and those Councillor Fraz that may not have heard, Councillor Beal is recusing herself because she has participated, and I guess on the Pioneer Residents Association as well. So she is going to recuse herself just for this presentation from the delegation. And if the delegation representative could step to the microphone here, and there's a little red button right in the middle there with a speaker on it. If you push that, we'll be all able to hear you, including those out in Zoom land. Yeah. Hopefully it works. Good.
Thank you.
You're good to go. Welcome.
Good. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandy McLean and I live at 161 Shelly Road. We intend tonight to highlight only a bit of the recent background and just some of the many volunteers have played a role in where we've gotten so far. For many years, I think you're going a little faster than I am on the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. And I neglect to mention you have 10 minutes.
Oh, I know it. I have time to myself. I think
Good
it'll
for
be
you.
okay.
Good. Go ahead.
All right. We just want to highlight some of the many volunteers who brought us to this point. For many years, this little park looked like a vacant lot next to a nondescript building. Even our immediate neighbors didn't know it was a park. It was the former city public works yard, but our neighborhood association knew this scrubby little patch could be more than it appeared to be. In 2016, the Neighborhood Association, with help from McDonald Gray, put together a plan to make improvements. Phase 1 focused on the pathways, rest areas, and planting beds. Phase 2 is to include a small playground exercise area. With support from Bar to Broadway, who managed the building at the time, the city gave us the green light to proceed, and Phase 1 began. Of course, there was considerable work to be done before we got to the pretty parts. J.E. Anderson and Timberlake Jones provided surveying and a drainage plan for the city. A neighborhood resident dug irrigation trenches and installed the lines. Irritex Pumps and Irrigation donated all the materials. Additional sweat equity was provided by neighborhood residents and the Parksville Rotary. Parksville Rotary, who worked with us every step of the way. The Bolinas Interact Club helped by providing funds to purchase either a bench or a picnic table. The extra concrete area beside the bench is for a wheelchair or mobility aid. Bedard and Sons was a huge help when we tackled the creation of the planting beds. We can't thank them enough. Professional landscape plan was another donation and an important factor in our long-range planning. Our neighborhood get-together in September of 22 was a celebration of completing Phase 1 of the park improvements, with thanks to the Parksville Rotary and all of those who contributed through the previous 6 years. There are about 30 children living in the neighborhood, many visiting grandchildren and children who come with their parents to activities at Shelly Hall using the playground. And we're a growing neighborhood. The playground equipment needs to have accessible surfacing. We are confident that this will be a great addition to the Shelly Road Community Center and will be well used. The equipment plan created with the help of the Girl Guide Rangers is just one example of what could be done. The stepping stones are an adult exercise element for developing balance, but are also accessible for children. The overall design is for children from 2 to 12 years old. That dotted line at the bottom of the plan is where the sewer line is located. One of our members met with the Director of Operations, Belinda Woods, to determine what steps should be taken to move forward. The recommendation was that we bring our request to the council. We have an indication from the Lions Club that they could help with installation. So we're going to keep on all of our fundraising efforts and reaching out to different communities to help too. We don't know the exact cost of our plan, as the one that we have didn't include an accessible surface, but we estimate around $50,000. We very much hope to work with the city on accomplishing this project, and if approved, maybe it could be constructed in the fall of 2023 or the spring of 2024. The Park and Open Spaces Master Plan has identified this park as needing a playground. We are asking council to have staff work with the Neighborhood Association on this project, making recommendations for funding of the playground equipment and accessible surface. I thank you for your attention and consideration. So maybe you have questions.
And you had time left over. Good for you. Thank you for your presentation, council. Any questions for the delegation here today? Councillor Dorr.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. McLean, for presenting before the council. Just a quick comment that when citizens and neighborhoods come together, like we transform our city altogether in a positive way. So I want to congratulate you and the neighborhood for all your efforts. So thank you for that. I was wondering if I can have a question rather to Ms. Woods about the maintenance costs that may be associated or what may be projecting towards this project ongoing.
I believe CAO has indicated that Ms. Woods will be talking about that at the presentation tonight. Is that correct? I heard. Okay, that's good, because that microphone doesn't work very well. Are you good? Thank you. Any other questions for the delegation here?
Okay.
I'm just checking on Zoom. Councillor Gore? Sorry, but don't leave yet. There may be another question.
No, I was wondering if this is the appropriate time, if I may introduce a notice of motion for the council to consider in the next meeting.
This is not the right time to do it because I guess you can introduce a notice of motion.
Notice of motion,
We usually say that for the end of the meeting.
right after the delegation.
Is a notice of motion usually presented at the end? It really doesn't matter. That would be, sure.
Thank you.
Why don't we consider this so what is your notice of motion?
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Gore?
And this is about this project. So I'm asking council to direct staff, work with the neighborhood on this project, making recommendations for funding the playground and accessible surface.
We'll see that coming up for the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry, did you leave? Oh, you're behind. Thank you very much. Council, we now have a staff presentation from Ms. Holmes. Could you please give us a presentation regarding the draft 2023-2027 final financial plan? That's a lot of binders. Yes, sorry. And Ms. Ross, could we ask Councillor Beal to return? Anytime you're ready.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, lots of binders. I know we've done a lot of work on the financial plan so far. Tonight, we're going to be going through basically all the bits and pieces that council has carried forward for decision, and today's the day. So what we're looking for from council is direction on these outstanding proposals as to whether they should be included or not included in the 5-year financial plan. And as you know, we have some legislated timeframes around that and need to have the financial plan adopted before May 15th. And so here we are at our April 12th meeting as we've been working through this schedule. And so tonight we'll be looking at some different property tax scenarios that are tied to some of the proposals that have been brought before you in previous meetings. As you know, then those first couple meetings in May, we'll be bringing you back actual bylaw documents that tie to the financial plan, as well as property tax rates and water and sewer rates. So what I would like to just go over one more time as we've gone through at each meeting is what really isn't included yet in the financial plan. And as you know, our final collective agreement has not been negotiated. It expired at the end of December last year. And so we've got some estimates in here. What we're seeing is that many of the settlements are coming in with quite generous settlements. And so we'll update council on that as it comes forward. So there may be adjustments needed in the amended financial plan related to that, as well as just all of the great work that we're doing with respect to our asset management program and planning for the renewal of our infrastructure. And so the financial plan does not include any estimates or allowances for findings and costs to implement the recommendations that are coming from all of those works, including our actual asset management program and our asset management plans that'll be developed as a result of that, and the long-term financial planning that's tied to that. The valuations and condition assessments, which will determine and inform our replacement costs and insurance costs. The operations yard environmental assessment, the cost of the assessment is in here, but not any recommendations that may come from that. We're doing an environmental assessment, as you know, at Industrial Way at the old landfill property. And then our 4 infrastructure master plans for our sanitary sewer, our water, our sanitary storm, and our transportation master plans. So those 4 plans will inform a number of different things, including rate structures for some of those, as well as replacement costs and how we might put in place reserves to fund the renewal of those assets over time. The community park and memorial SEPTED reviews are in the financial plan, but not any recommendations that may come from that. So just again, to remind you of that. And then just looking at the analysis of our long-term financial impacts of the recent new facilities that have come to the city, like the theater. We're working on the gathering space this year, the renovation next door at the PCC. And so all of that also has to be incorporated. So as we're looking forward at the proposals that have been brought forward, I just want you to keep that in mind, that the financial plan itself still has things to be added that we'll be bringing to you over the next year. There we go. Thanks. One of the items that council asked to be brought forward was what the tax changes are in other jurisdictions. And as much as I'm happy to provide that, what I want to do is caution you on what those rate increases. For the most part, they're not really relevant to our cost increases. Every municipality has its own unique set of facilities, population, what services they provide. For example, we have neighboring municipalities that don't provide water and sewer to some of their residents. We have neighborhoods that have old infrastructure. We have neighborhoods that have brand new infrastructure. Some have reserve balances and are in a great place with their asset management. Others are not. And so I would caution you when you're trying to compare property tax rate increases or even utility rate increases that every municipality is different in terms of what they offer. And typically we're not ever looking at apples to apples when we're comparing one municipality to another. All that said, here is what some of our neighbors are looking at. What I would say is that these are very preliminary rates, and they, with the exception of the RDN, are all still working through their financial plans. And so these may change significantly or not at all. A couple of interesting ones that I will comment on. It has been publicly reported that Lanceville has a 0% tax increase, which is very interesting. And it was reported in terms of what they chose not to do, including reserve contributions and things like that. And again, each municipality needs to make their own choices, and we're not here to judge that, but it sometimes can be misleading when you're perhaps hearing from me that a 0% tax increase typically equates to a decrease in service level. And so what I understand from that is that although it's a 0% increase, they are changing the proportions of how that property tax revenue is allocated to different classes within their municipality. So what the actual impact is to an average residence, I don't know what that is. The other one that's interesting this year is Ladysmith. They actually have a decrease in their property tax rate of 1 and a bit %. And the reason for that is that the CVRD, the Cowichan Valley Regional District, has absorbed some recreational facilities from the local governments in their regional district. And so what's happened is that Ladysmith has a drop because they don't have those recreational facilities within their budget, but then the residents are seeing the increase on their regional district requisition. And so again, it's a little bit misleading to say, well, Ladysmith has actually a minus property tax increase, when in fact they would have had 5.64 if not for the difference in the accounting this year. So just a couple of things to point out on that. The 8.1% regional district of Nanaimo increase is for Parksville requisition specifically, not the RDN overall. So that would be the impact to our residents in Parksville. With respect to other jurisdictions that are not local governments, we have the Nanaimo Regional Hospital District with a close to 28% increase. Last year, we had about a 98% increase. And again, the percentages can be misleading as to what that actually means in dollars. Of course, the hospital district has ambitious goals to raise money for some very significant facilities that are long overdue in our Mid-Island region. And what I found last year when our front desk staff in finance were explaining that to residents that were concerned about the increase is once they understood what the reasoning was behind it, most of them were quite grateful to pay it. And so it's going to be a big drop in terms of increase this year to be only at 28%, although the number looks large. The Vancouver Island Regional Library is at 8%. Again, we collect the revenue on their behalf, but have no part in determining that increase. The school district rates come directly from the province and won't be received by us until later in April. Last year, it was about April the 25th when we received that. And so I don't have those yet for this year. Another piece that I wanted to bring forward to, which was a question at our last meeting, was with respect to how commercial sanitary sewer rates are determined. And the question was around how the residential rates are tied to our winter billing cycle, so as to not include irrigation. For commercial properties, they are tied to the current billing cycle. So in the summer, they're billed for sewer related to their summer water usage, because I think there's an understanding that there isn't as significant an impact related to irrigation perhaps as in residential areas. And so that was the follow-up on that. Okay, to get into some of the proposals, just to summarize again, what we're going to see tonight is that some of them are council direction from previous meetings. Some are staff recommendations for service levels that we have deemed appropriate to increase and are bringing that forward for your consideration. Council direction from financial plan meetings that we've had over the last month or so, as well as some strategic plan items that were identified last week. So what we've tried to identify in each of those is what are one-time costs in 2023 or other years, subsequent years costs when we have a recurring items. So whether we have operating a cost associated with a capital cost up front, and then what are some funding alternatives and what would we recommend for each of those? What I would also comment is that typically these proposals are reviewed by staff when we bring those forward to you through a lens of criticality for health and safety, for regulatory impacts, for risk factors and liability to the city. So typically the ones that staff are bringing forward are considered through that lens and aren't kind of discretionary type things in our perspective. Okay, in your agenda package, there was a couple of schedules, and the first was a summary of the items that were on our March 15th meeting. And some of those were highlighted blue And those are the ones that council has already approved in previous financial statement or financial meetings. And so what I've summarized here on this slide is the ones that are already approved by council and have been incorporated into the first tax scenario that we'll look at. And those include the increases that were made to some community groups, some improved honorarium amounts related to our fire department paid on-call staff, as well as additional staffing at the RCMP, a shared position with Qualicum Beach, and an additional exempt full-time position. And so that impact to property taxes for those items within that were recurring, i.e. the staffing items, but not the community grants, was about 143,000 in 2023. And then there was an additional 0.7% increase in 2024. That's the property tax increase that's required to fund the recurring portions of that. As we've discussed in the past, it's my belief that we should be funding the recurring items with recurring revenue rather than through accumulated surplus or other one-time type items. And so I'll just go to the next slide, which essentially highlights where we are with those items included. So that takes the initial plans that were presented to council plus the items that they have approved already, would bring us to about $141 increase to the average residential house. And the property tax increases for the 5 years would be, you can see in the top corner there, but are summarized 6, 4.7, and then 3.5 in each of the subsequent 3 years. And with an additional 0.5% of property taxes in 2023 and 2024 towards the capital reserve. So just to flip back for a minute, that's to include all of those items that were approved at previous meetings by council. For sure, yep. Okay. So we're not looking for any further direction from council on this, given they're already approved. I just wanted to summarize incrementally where we were. So with the ones that we're going to go through next, we would look for direction from council.
Sorry. Yeah. Councillor Grant. Sorry, I didn't see it.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. And apologies for being late earlier. Question through to Director of Finance. The list of increased service levels already approved. Does that include the increase in the grants and aid?
Through the mayor to Councillor Grants, it doesn't. That's an oversight on my part. Again, the amount was $5,000. So yeah, so oversight on my part, not necessarily wouldn't change our property tax impact. So I apologize for that. Right, with, yes, I was going to say, I didn't also include that $2,500 decrease. Yeah, thank you. Okay. That's great. With respect to the others that we're going to go through from now on, what we would look for council to do is to make a recommendation either for a list of them, if you want to take a whole group and are happy to approve them all, or one by one, but essentially to say that you would recommend proposal, give the details or the number that's on the chart with the funding source that you would recommend or prefer if given a choice. So we'll work through those and you can let me know if you want to accumulate those or go one by one through those.
Yes, Jed, I think it would be beneficial to council anyways if you look at Schedule 1 for council direction, page 2, looking at those, and the reason is because many of these items are going to be funded not using property tax. And so it's like what I'd like to do is run an accumulating total to the various options that were like identified on the strategic plan and so forth the council went through. So I think it would be beneficial now that we identify it and then we understand where we have funding still available. Like in between, we have different ones. We have the gas tax, land sale reserve, growing communities fund, and so forth. So if we can give you direction that the money be taken out of that, so we're knowing that the items that we're putting through is not going to affect the property tax increase. Is that okay? Does that work? Is that like keeping a running total? You know what I'm saying? Because there's money in the bank for gas tax. And, you know, for proposals to say this gas tax, I'd like to say that we can, you know, we can have all these items listed in here right away that could be applied to the gas tax and so forth. And then we know how much gas tax is left. And then we know with the other proposals coming up, okay, there's a certain amount of balance. So I'm just saying running a total anyways here to protect our strategic plan endeavors. Would that work?
So that could work.
Yes.
What I might suggest then, if you kind of want to look at it in that regard, is we could go through the presentation in its entirety, because how it's presented is essentially maybe exactly what you need it to be, is incrementally with each section, what the additional property tax impact would be, with the understanding that at the end, with respect to some of those larger amounts, we've kind of looked at them differently in terms of a 5-year plan rather than the 1-year plan. And it
Yep.
may be easier, but we can work backwards in the presentation if you like, if
Yeah.
that's easier for you.
I think so, because some of the, when it's for the initiatives anyways, from staff and so forth, you know, they say, and this could be funded by the gas tax, this could be funded by such and such. Well, I think it's more important that if we already earmark the ones that we wanted to put into our strategic plan, that we earmark those funds right up front. And then it's just like, just covering off this one page here first.
Sure. Well,
Okay,
I'm going to
yeah.
zip through to the end of the presentation and get to that section, and then we can work backwards.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, page 2, schedule 1, if you would, please. It's this little one here, Mary.
Okay. So this starts at the first item, which is the Protective Services Reserve.
Correct.
Schedule 1, page 2. Okay,
Yes, yes.
great.
If we could look at that, and then because we want to consider those items, because quite frankly, many of the items that were put on our strategic plan had very large price tags associated with it. You know, erred on the side of caution, which was good, you know, on the high side. So it's important anyways that we look at those, and I can say just from a misunderstanding, maybe misinterpretation, like on this one right away, what I'd like to do is go to line 27 and 28. Do we? This is much. Yeah. They're different out there.
This is the one that days, maybe. Help if
This is the one I got today.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm working on.
Yeah, so the Schedule 1, page 2 has just been split into 2 slides. It's in the presentation, just in 2 slides.
Do all the.
Yeah, I just split it into 2 so it would fit on the slides. This is just the first half of the slide, or the first half of the schedule, and so we can move to the next one if you prefer. Here. So this starts at number 24.
So what I want to do. That's okay, I'll start back here. Can you hear me okay?
And you'd prefer to start at this one, not the protective services one? Okay, great.
Preliminary design plan for Quad Center 2020 estimating. The cost was 4.2 million, as well as the next item down.
We can't hear him online here if you're speaking.
Here. Thanks, Mary. Councillor Beal. So that's a little better. We're working off two different documents. That's why I have to see this show as well. So the two of them, Councillor 14, those two lines would be eliminated, deleted, and that was probably a lack of proper direction. The reason for that is we already have a balance left from the consulting for the aquatic center that will more than satisfy what we wanted to do to take it to the next level. So I'm saying to council, so we can not worry about that. This is first.
So currently in the financial plan is $125,000.
Yes.
That it was related to a PO outstanding to WSP for site assessment. So is that the amount you're referring to?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, because it was never even in the strategic plan to actually carry on that far to 4.2 million. It was not my intent. And when we talked strategic plan, it was just taken to the next level, which was less than that. So my fault for maybe miscommunication on that one. However, so let's go back up to number 23. Oh, sorry, no, it's going to be different up here on your slide. Councillor 10, I believe that might be on the previous.
Yeah, this slide, I just didn't want to put that massive spreadsheet on one slide, so it's just broken up a little bit. Are you looking at the track?
Yes, there we go. So
Okay,
under additional contribution to Oceanside Track Project, I want to revise that and let's put it through, if we could right now, move that instead of funding, I think it was funding from let's see. From tax. Instead, move that to the Growing Communities Fund and put funding down at 750,000, which would be for the entire completion of the track, with the understanding that this would be the placemaker to make sure that the track gets finished, but recognizing that we haven't heard back from the other partners, the RDN partners in the town of Qualicum Beach. And so we haven't heard back. So this would be the maximum amount, but this would be earmarked and deducted out of the Growing Community Fund is my proposal.
okay, my understanding is that a Growing Community Fund could not be used for the track because it's a project that's already in progress and it's meant to be for incremental.
It's not in progress.
Well, it's been on the books for a while.
Well, I can tell you when we received the check from Adam Walker, he said, use this for the track if you can.
Okay,
One second.
Sorry, if I may through the mayor, I don't think that we can, well, we'll certainly try to clarify that with the province, but I think we could sort of switch things around. So something that we would be using gas tax for, we can try to kind of trade the two off. So if we're not allowed to use the Growing Communities Fund, we can basically switch two things out, if you know what I mean. So we'll find another
Okay.
item. Yeah. So
Yes,
if
yeah.
the,
I just suggested because I was trying to earmark like chunks out of it.
yeah, if the
But-
motion is a little bit more general, just saying using grant money or something like that, that might
Right.
allow us to,
But
switch the two.
Yeah, by using existing grant money
Yeah.
that we have, not that we have to apply for grants,
Right.
existing grant money that we already have in the bank.
Yeah, then we can figure out kind of which one we could switch it out with if you.
That's
know
right.
what I
Yeah,
mean.
just with the emphasis being that this is not taxpayer funded, that this is already there. So. Seconded? Okay, then now we'll have discussion. Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah. Line 1 and 2 of the aquatic center is just deleted. Do you need a resolution for that? Yeah. You okay with that? Okay. So that would be the first one. So let's just talk about this now. The reason for the track, my feelings is anyways that it's gone long enough. We pushed this can down the road for 20 years. And we're hoping that we would have had more cooperation or communication with the other partners for this community track. We haven't heard anything back. We will continue to seek RDN support as well as Town of Qualicum Beach support, which would obviously lower that amount. But we know that that is the amount that has to be done to finish off the track at 750,000. So I want to place mark that amount right now. And that's the reason why. So I guess I'm sharing. So Councillor Wood. Second. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I confess that when I saw the amount that was indicated here for 50,000, I actually thought that perhaps there was an error and there was a zero missing. I really thought we
really?
needed to start at 500,000 with the hope, as you
Right.
mentioned, that that both the Town of Qualicum Beach and the RDN could contribute a little further.
Yes.
And who knows, at the end of the day, maybe that will work, and maybe we'll also have lights for the track, which I think will be very important if we want to use it year round. But no, I certainly support the project and would love to see this completed soon. And as a bonus, the city will not be responsible for maintenance. This is on school board property. We did not have to purchase land for this. We get the benefits to use it, and the youth in our community get to use it. And so I think it's a real win-win when we get this going.
Good point. Yes, thank you. Councillor Grant. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor. Okay, so Councillor Gore was the first one, and then Councillor Press.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see some happy faces here in the forum. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I do have a few things to mention that Parksville has already contributed about $300,000 towards the track. I was hoping to have, perhaps through you, a roundtable conversation with the partners, Qualicum Beach, RDN first. And I know there's this, so having spoken to the mayor of Qualicum myself, they want to contribute. I think we might be jumping the gun here. I fully support the project, but I think, I know it feels like it's a free money, let's spend it. But I would like to be very careful if we can get some support, which there is definitely from RDN and Qualicum Beach. If we can defer it even to the next meeting and come up with an amount after the discussions with our partners, I will feel more comfortable with that rather than jumping to a number right now. Thank you.
I'm just definitely not in favor of that at all. We're here now, we're doing the budget. We have to finalize it. We have to take the bull by the horns and let's finish it. Enough discussion. We know that we can go after the rest of the partners for more money, so we'll lessen that amount. But we want to give the commitment to the Oceanside Track Committee that this is going to happen. And because there's time issues as well, that they have to get things underway. So we have to grab it right now. Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, thank you to council through the mayor. I actually fully support what Councillor Gore had mentioned there. I do think it's important that we speak to our partners before we start promising a certain amount of money. And I don't think we should ever promise and earmark more money than we're willing to spend to begin with. I think if you put down $750,000, where's the incentive for any other community partners to match or pay their fair share? I actually thought the $50,000 was more than generous to begin with. So I think we should be rolling it back to what originally was put forward there. I think there was a good reasoning for that 50,000 coming up at that point. So, and as you mentioned, this is not money that we should be looking to spend just as fast as possible. I don't think we should go with the high pressure sale of like, got to do this quick or we're going to miss this chance. We can be patient and we can be well thought out in the money we spend. And I don't think we should earmark any more than we're willing to spend.
You, any other comments? Councillor Gore or Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Wondering if perhaps through to staff, whether it's possible to get a bit of the background that they prepared for this meeting, just to like a slide just went up here. I'm just kind of curious whether any headway with so background, coming to this meeting, I was very much looking forward to hearing whether staff had made any headway with the other partners, staff to staff on this project. I'm very supportive of this project. I've done a lot of work to try to bring it forward, not nearly as much as others on the committee though. And very much would like to see this come to fruition. I did also come to this meeting with sort of reluctance to start spending the Growing Communities Fund, given that we've got the budget before us today and there's a little bit more time to still spend that other chunk of change. But that said, I'm wondering if we could maybe just get a quick update from staff, if possible, with leave from the mayor.
Sure, through the mayor to Councillor Grenz. So in speaking to the partners on this project, I did speak with Ron Amos at the school district, and he confirmed that the school district is unable to commit any more funds to it, that the 200,000 original contribution was as a result of a land sale in the school district. They would essentially manage the project and maintain it going forward. There was no discussion about the eventual renewal or replacement costs related to that, but they said there'll be no more funding coming from the school district. With respect to Town of Qualicum Beach, I've had no response from them at all on their willingness to pay an amount, what amount that might be. With respect to the RDN and speaking to a couple of different people there, is that their financial planning process is wrapped up. So it wouldn't be until next year that they would be considering an increase to the Northern Recreation function, or that each of the areas may wish to contribute directly through their own requisition. And so it's not urgent in their mind at this time. Not that they're not willing to contribute, it's just, it's not on their radar. Their financial planning cycle is wrapped up. What Ron Amos did indicate to me is that there's no urgency to do it this year. They're hoping to start construction next year. So if it was within this year that decisions were made, that was what he indicated to me would be acceptable. So there wasn't necessarily. So when I indicated the RDN wouldn't be in a position to make a decision, he said, well, that's okay. If we're wrapping it up over this year through discussions, that would be okay. With respect to the amount then that we proposed be funded from Parksville was really based on how the RDN's cost sharing is typically done. And sometimes it's based on population, and sometimes it's with respect to the proportion of our relative assessments of the communities. And so both of those are shown on the slide, where the Northern Community Recreation function, Parksville is about 25% of that on 2023 assessments, and Parksville's population of the similar area is about 28%. So we took the average of those two as 27.7% and applied that to the total project. And what would our share be of the total project if we shared in that proportion? And so what this slide shows is that the total project funding is about $1.6 million. Parksville's share would be 342,000 of that after taking off the contribution from the public fundraising and the school district's contribution, to say that 1.3 would be shared amongst the local government participants. We've already contributed 301,000. That's where the 50,000 rounded up from 41 to 50. That's where that number came from. And so it was calculated. It wasn't, just an amount that was allocated randomly. It was based on the calculation that the RDN uses. So I think were council to want to have discussions with other local governments, this is probably a starting place based on how typically recreation is shared amongst that regional district function. And so that's the background of it. At this point, I'm not sure that we would get answers from our partners before we legislatively have to adopt this financial plan. But Ron Amos is also indicating that it's not as though it absolutely must be decided at this point either. So that's the information that I've received directly from other directors of finance, amongst those partners there being Qualicum Beach Regional District and the school district themselves.
Councillor Beal.
Sorry, if I just
Oh,
may
sorry.
follow up there, if I may. Thank you. So thank you for that clarification, Ms. Holmes. I greatly appreciate the thought you put into all this, especially with having a holiday here in between. So thank you
Yeah.
very much. I do just want to note that a couple things in response to that report is I would very much like to see shovels get in the ground this spring on this project. Notwithstanding what's been reported, I do believe that the school district is ready to act on this quickly and would be able to get this in position for the fall with the goal of cutting a ribbon in the fall. With regard to our partners, I today watched the Qualicum Beach Council meeting and listened to a very eloquent speech by Mayor Westbrook extolling the virtues of participating in the community and contributing funds that may not directly impact the actual jurisdiction that they're talking about. He referenced the Aerosmith Dam contribution that was made by Qualicum Beach that does not benefit their drinking water, but does benefit fish. And as a regional partner, that it's a good move for Qualicum Beach to support initiatives that will not just affect Qualicum Beach soil, but will also affect the region more generally as a good partner. So for that reason, I'm disappointed to hear that there's been no response from Qualicum Beach on this particular project. I also did see at the meeting that there was discussion around doing a track at KSS at the Qualicum Beach Secondary School or Qualicum Secondary School, which obviously there sounds to me like they may be thinking about other things. So that really puts me in an awkward position in terms of deciding on this particular motion. But that's some background that I wanted to put in there. Maybe the mayor has some, I don't know if the mayor has had any interactions with your counterpart.
I know that we've had further conversations like through the Oceanside Services Committee and so forth. At that time, the councillor mentioned that they would be contributing, and we were talking about from the Growing Communities Fund check that we'd all just received, especially in light of the fact that the province had a previous intake for shovel-ready projects and so forth, which we applied. It was a really poor intake, not widely advertised, and it was for the full amount for $750,000 for the track. And so we kind of put all of our eggs in that basket. And then the MLA came back to us and said, that is off the table now. But he says, we got something even better for you. So we're not reneging, we're just going something better. And that's why when the checks came out, and that's why we had the conversation all there. I said specifically, and that's why Michael Briones was all excited there too, because he heard him say it as well, that this is hopefully you can put this towards the track. And so because he's been supportive in whatever way he could to try and get this over the finish line. And so I appreciated the effort that he had done on that. And then, so I think the time, just because the other players have not come to the table, doesn't mean they're not going to. All that I'm saying is that we need to give a commitment because the track committee can't go any further until they have a definite amount in the bank, so to speak, or a commitment, in this case, $750 from the city of Parksville. And then they can go, but they will continue to work. I know this track committee, they'll continue to recognize the fact that Parksville has place marked this money so that they can go to the next step, but they will continue, I am sure, work with the other partners in the region to actually support it in whatever, as Jetta has explained, whatever percentage by population and so forth would be the right thing to do. And I'm sure that they'll continue to bring that pressure on. I'm confident. So it's just gone on too long. We're always just waiting for one more effort. And it's an embarrassment. It really is an embarrassment. And so we are the ones that, fortunately, our timing was really good on this one, that we are here for the first time to have a growing community fund check in our bank, right? And so this project, how many councils has it come before? It's just been ridiculous. So it is totally embarrassing. And I think we're the ones that show the leadership, to show our commitment to our community, to provide them a prevailing asset. And as Councillor Beal has pointed out eloquently, it's the maintenance is actually by someone else's expense, so we don't have to worry about operating. So that's why I feel it's on us to make those choices. And I think we're the ones to do it. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to express my feelings about this. I really wasn't involved with the track. I had something sent to me during the campaign. I had to reply, what's my decision on the track? I had no clue. So I thought, you know, I'll call Councillor Greer because he's been around a long time. And so I talked to him, and bless him, he was a wonderful counselor all those years in for us, all of us. And he told me, and he didn't mention names, but he said he had $500,000 for the track. $500,000, and this was many years ago. And he said he went to Collicum and they would share. And then he went to the person who was in charge of the school or the track or whatever. And he said, they said, this not in my watch, this is not happening. He said, it's hard to believe. And so he didn't even go to the RDN. And that was many years ago. I don't know what year it was, but so on my form, I said, well, somehow we'll get $500,000. I felt that it was real to be able to say that, because here we had the money then, and now here we are again. So whether it's a Growing Communities Fund or whatever it is, I think all the councillors agree it's got to be done. So is there a way to put a motion through that we could say we will gift the money and go for the percentage back from the other communities according to population or something and do that formula? I don't know how a motion would work on that. Would that work? That's just a thought, because I think it's about time. And thank you very much for your time. That's just my feelings about this.
I think, thank you for that, Councillor Martin. I believe we could include it to say that the Parksville will earmark $750,000 of full amount with the also with the intention of pursuing our other community partners with participation to their fair share. Yeah. Yes, would you be happy with that? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. At the pre-existing board. Just one second, Councillor Wood. Would you be okay to amending that motion from my first one?
Two questions came to mind. One of them is, if we earmark $750,000, is that a disincentive for our partners to find the money? And the second question is, how much money is needed to start the track? Do they need all $750,000 earmarked? Okay, can't start it with
To answer your question on the second part,
Yeah.
they need the full 750 committed before they can even put a shovel near the ground. They have the plans. They know what they're doing. That has been done. But to actually go and put it out to tender, to bring it through and so forth, they have to have that money. It's a school board policy. Ron Amos is very clear on that. The full money has to be in the bank. And to your other question, I don't believe it is a disincentive. Because the reality is we have a pretty good relationship now with the RDN, with our people and our participation with the RDN, as well as with the town of Collicum Beach. And one of the councillors already mentioned, just off the top, that is they wanted to support it with this fund. He was only speaking for himself. He wasn't speaking for council. So with that in mind, I don't think it'll be a disincentive. It's a gesture of good faith at this particular time. And I think that we could count on it. And if not, then, well, it's on them, right, for not supporting this track. And so that will be considered for a long time. Councillor Gore.
Mayor, thank you. Kind of like tag on what Councillor Wood just mentioned, disincentive. I would support, rather than saying pursuing other partners, I would like contingent on the support from other partners with the proportion that they actually should be contributing. That's the amendment I would like to support, rather than contributing and maybe people will come along or not. I just don't feel comfortable when I know like there is the will and the desire from the partners to contribute. I think we should pursue that. I would personally even like to sit with yourself and other members, our regional partners, if we need to, like as soon as possible before our next meeting, to get that commitment before we jump onto this right now. I don't think the school board or the committee really wants a decision tonight. I think we can wait until the next council meeting at least, so we can get the assurance from the partners.
So I'm not in agreeable to contingent, because the contingent actually puts a question mark whether the funding is going to come through. So I would like to amend the motion to, as Councillor Martin has suggested, say that we will pursue it. And I need your approval as well, Councillor Wood. Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Sorry.
May I speak again too?
Yeah, okay. So on the amendment, so the amendment will actually go back to the other participants, RDN and Town of Qualicum Beach, in the form of Parksville has place marked the entire amount to finish this track, to bring it to completion. We would hope that you would now participate with your contribution and indicate so, our finance people can put it in far better words than I, but that's exactly what Councillor Martins would suggest, would be exactly that. Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, I just want to make mention and have council remind them that when you speak of the RDN partners, we are also paying into that, which is what you see in the Northern Communities Fund too. So it's not that, even if the RDN decides to pay into it more, that's still coming out of our pockets as well. So it's, I think we need to get the commitment from the other partners. And like I mentioned before, not put forward more money than what we're willing to spend.
Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to echo something that Councillor Gren said, and that I would very much like to see us get not us, me personally, although I've done that on other projects, but to get the shovels in the ground and get started as soon as possible, as in this year. So I take it from Councillor Gren's has been on a liaison to the committee, and I understand that the school district would be prepared to go ahead if in fact the funding was there now. And out of all of these additional initiatives that were listed here, this is the one that I would like to see us vote on and say yes to right now. I feel that many of the others could be delayed somewhat or deferred if we could have further discussion. But I think that this committee that's worked very, very hard would appreciate getting an answer sooner, and so that we can go ahead on this project. I really support it. And I do like the amendment as well.
Thank you. Councillor Wood.
I'm just going to take a moment, Mayor, thank you, to mention MLA Walker, that, this money came from the province. He's the one who came with the gigantic check to hand it to us. And, we're showing that Parksville is ready to rock and roll on this, but he will have to do his part and make sure that Qualicum Beach, and he can do some lobbying as well with the RDN and make sure that the citizens of Parksville are not on the hook for the entire amount. So I just want to mention that to MLA Walker, that we're keeping you in mind as well, sir. Thank you.
And you can bet he's watching right now, and knowing how you fight for advocacy all the time, I'm sure that you're going to hold his feet to the fire. I appreciate that. I'll call the question. Sorry.
I'm sorry if I may, should we have a timeline of when the city would actually contribute the funds? I'm not sure how long we would wait to hear back from the partners. Is that something that council would be giving us direction on, that we would just do it immediately, or?
Well, I don't think we have to contribute the funds. We just have to provide the approval that the funds are coming. Is that, I don't think the funds have to be in place unless the school board has different policies that it has to be in their bank. But I believe it's important that they get it instead of waiting for further. We have the money in our bank. I know that. And so I say, let's earmark it right now.
So we're not waiting to hear, we're just
No,
approving it.
yes,
And then
yes,
something else will happen after.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? So I can't see. Councillor Beal, can you see Councillor Franz?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so that it carries with Councillor Franz opposing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's carry on. And so, yeah, I'll continue sitting here.
Question, if I may.
Councillor Grant, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. It's actually a sort of technical question that I'm hoping that our Director of Finance can just help me understand a little bit better here. So I'm very much in support of setting aside contingencies, which, you know, is something that's been done with great prudence by the city so far. Can you just walk me through the scenario of the 5% contingency that happens for the reserve? There's a 0.5% reserve. We've been flipping pages a lot here. Here we go, 0.5%, 2023, and again in 2024, not in 2025, 26, 27. That is a 0.5% essentially surcharge on the tax in a sense. Is that correct? So take the tax rate at a 0.5, or is that how that would work? So then it's essentially cumulative. The next year, the 0.5% would be exactly, and then the following year, there's nothing, but the previous year would have been kind of cumulative on top of the. Got it. Thank you.
Right. Through the mayor to yourself, essentially that is when we break it out specifically like that as an incremental amount. So if the first year was 50,000, the second year would be the original 50 plus another 50 or whatever it worked out. The second year would be 100,000. The next year rounding 150,000 like that. Once we get to a point where we're not incrementally adding, we would leave it at the last level and continue to contribute that amount unless we backed it off or something like that. But yes, you're right. It does kind of compound in that way when we set it out like that.
Thank you for that clarification. It gets very complicated in all the
Yes.
math gymnastics. So I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you.
No worries.
Jetta, if we could go back to the schedule one, I'm not sure it's going to be page 2 because it's the same, different. If I can just close one sec here, I'll just. go right there.
Which item are you wanting to look at?
I'm looking at Counselor 12.
Okay, so we're on this page
Oh,
here,
right.
the drinking water master plan.
Yes, and
Yes,
the reason I'd like to talk about that right now is because we're talking about the Growing Communities Fund. And so this is where, so this has been allocated against it. So I would like to move at this time the allocation of the $750,000 to be provided out of the Growing Communities Fund. I would like to move that. And so, but what I'm doing is I'm also adding as we're going. So, and if I have a seconder for that, then I'll discuss. It'll be seconded by Councillor Wood. Thank you. So for those in the audience here, the comprehensive, oh, this is on the big slide. Thank you.
no worries.
That's what it is all about. So there, that saves me a lot of effort. So the comprehensive drinking water master plan, we identified as council in our strategic plan that it's important to reassure our citizens of Parksville that we have sufficient water for now and for the future with all the different complications of climate change and growth and everything else considered. Now, as you can see by the price tag indicated here, this is quite a complete and comprehensive study. But what it is going to do is going to allay the fears or maybe provide recommendations to make sure, one of the most important things, we supply water and we take away sewage. Those are the big important things that we do here at the city. So we want to make sure that we can assure that supply, a safe supply and sufficient supply. And so this is a study that will take into all consideration of all the factors today and for future to make sure we have a plan in place to continue sustainability of the potable water system in Parksville. That's the intent of the goal here. Council, we had a strategic meeting as well, identified as one of the key ideas that council wants to achieve as their plan. So that's all I need to say. Councillor Wood, you seconded. If you'd like to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. My one question that comes to mind is how accurate do we know that number is? And I guess this is for an RFP, is it? And do we know this number is accurate? Or are we overshooting it, or do we know? Thank you.
Staff has actually gone through other reports and documents and so forth, suggesting that a plan of this nature, this is what will be, it's considered to be type of thing, 750. Obviously, if we go over that, if we set out the RFP, you know, for the consultant to do it, if he comes back more, then that would have to come back to council. If it came in with less, then that'd be even better. And so that's exactly what it's getting. It's a lot of detail that has to be worked out on this one. And it's so important that we get it right. That would be the reason. Sorry, Councillor or Councillor.
Oh, if you don't mind, all I would comment is I think that we've done pretty rough estimates on this with the healthy contingency, just given the short-term nature of coming up with them. These, though, we have been doing different studies and looking at different studies in the ERWS as well as our water master plan as well. So we were able to pull from some of those sources, our water staff was. So yes, exactly as the mayor said, if the RFP comes back significantly more or less, then that would come back to council, as well as fleshing out exactly what will be included is subject to still some more discussion. The only thing I would add on this, other than what's on the slide, is notwithstanding what I've communicated to you in the past about water activities live in the water fund, because that's where we recover costs related to this. This being funded out of Growing Communities Fund is appropriate just because it is a community-wide kind of higher level type study, I think, than actually our water activity and water utilities. So I just wanted to kind of provide some clarity on that, notwithstanding what I've said before.
And thank you for that. And that goes back to exactly what I saw. That it was Growing Communities Fund, and we know we're a growing community, and we know that we want to make sure that we're sustainable as well, and provide assurance to our citizens of Parksville. Is there further comment? Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the lines of Councillor Wood, if goes to RFP and the consultants or the potential bidders say that Parksville has earmarked $750,000 for this proposal, if I were to, I don't know how many consultants possibly there are who do these kind of studies, and they see that the amount is that high, would they be bidding high because they know there's that much money in the pot? Perhaps staff.
I could answer that with a proviso that it goes out to RFP. So if you were a bidder and you knew that Parksville is willing to spend $750,000, then you know, well, if you put in your bid of $750,000, that's great. But if Councillor Martin has a company as well, they know that you're putting in a bid of $750,000. They want that job and they know they can do it for less, so they're going to bid low. That's the joy of competitive bidding. So there'll be always someone that thinks, oh, well, what are the, just like bidding on a house. So the competitive bid process would be exactly that. Then Councillor Martin could come in at 650. Maybe Councillor Grens could come in with his company at 550. So that is why you do it that way. We're going with you, by the way.
Yeah, if I may, thank you.
Sorry, you're $100,000 high. So that's the joy of RFPs.
If I may, thank you for the crash course on RFPs, but the issue here is we are setting a higher benchmark at 750 to start with. So that kind of like, to me, is an issue. I don't know how accurate we can be. That's why I would like some staff info on this.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, if I could just comment, I think that's one of the risks with respect to public procurement. Any government organization has to have transparency in their budgeting. And so just about any project that we're doing an RFP to some degree has, the bidders have an awareness of what our upper limit might be. Yeah, so I think that's common among many projects. This wouldn't be the only one. Many of our large infrastructure projects, when we go through the financial plan, those numbers are in there just from a transparency perspective. So it's finding that balance between ensuring that we get a competitive bid. And in all of our RFP documents, there is, the proviso that we don't necessarily need to accept any one of these bids if the funding is not, if the amounts aren't considered appropriate. So we do have some kind of documents that cover that off so that we can be sure that there isn't an overbidding situation happening.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question is a little bit different, and that, first of all, I'd like to say I understand that, many people have concerns and questions about the drinking water and wanting to know everything about it, which is very understandable. I know that it was certainly discussed while we were working on our strategic plan, but my understanding was also at the time that we would strive to completely finish and get the final strategic plan. And that at that point, we would also go through the work lists that have been set out with staff and decide what needs to come off, what might stay, what might be added. And that and that we would go from there. And hearing as well that this estimate, given that there was a very short time for our staff to put something together, it might be a fairly rough estimate. So I'm just wondering what the rush is. And I'm not saying that there's no rush. I mean, I still think this would come, but if this didn't come through for a couple of months, I don't think it doesn't have any impact on tax rate for our residents, I understand. So I'm just not sure why we're looking at this in this detail at this particular moment. I think that many of the other, if not all of them, can wait until we have completed the strategic plan and that we have the final form, that we can sit down and look at that again, look at the work list that we already have, and then go from there. So that's my question. And one other question is, given that this would be a focus on drinking water, I'm also wondering if area, and I probably mix it up, is it area F? No, area E, if Partner News would also be contributing to this, or we would be asking them to contribute to this as well, proportionately.
No, this is a City of Parksville initiative, and it would be, and we have an agreement with them that would actually be, like it's 26%, 26%, I believe anyways, is the agreement anyways with them. So this would be a City of Parksville initiative and so forth, just like the water treatment plant and so forth. And then with the operating costs and so forth to do whatever, say, if they come up with the recommendation, the consultant comes up with the recommendations, so we have to do this, this, and this, and this to guarantee more water, whether it's reservoirs or whatever, direct piping, then they would definitely be participating on the percentage. Yeah, for the definitely on the capital cost, definitely. To answer your question, the strategic plan, the reason we wrapped it up and we're way late, everyone else has got the strategic plan done way earlier than this, and it was unfortunate we went through the process, but we did identify at the last meeting, we did take them and we actually took it and we added one extra one into it, the 6. And so I thought that we were in agreement on it, that we would be coming, and this is where we make the decisions. This is our budget right now. And this has some similarities to the previous motion regarding the track. This water issue has been kicked down the road too long. and with a lot of information and half information. And the reason I stress, Councillor Beal, and I understand what you're saying, but the reason I stress that it has a bearing also on future development or growth or proposed projects in our city that have confidence in our system that we can actually supply what we say we can supply. And I think it gives them confidence as well. And that's what we need to do at this time to continue to provide all the many things that we are trying to do with our densifications and so forth with the housing and the special housing and the affordable housing projects that we're approving. And so it's important that they have the confidence as well that we can be sustainable. Go ahead, Councillor Ben.
Thank you. And a question through to our Director of Finance, I believe it would be. If this is approved today, for instance, how soon would you see this actually going ahead, like putting together an RFP and having this go out? Is there any sort of a timeline in mind?
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal. I think, as you commented, it would be taken in the context coming back to council with the list from the financial plan and the previous work plan to determine priorities from there. So I can't say until that conversation happens. Yeah, but clearly there's things to be worked out and it's not something that could go out next week. Yeah, so I think it needs to be reflected, council to reflect back on the whole list again and determine the priorities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Grant. Or,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a
I
good
called your name. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll get to everybody.
Thank you. So I actually just have a question through to staff, but maybe with a bit of background. As we've already been presented, there are a number of costs that are in our budget that are only for the actual finding out how much it's going to cost. And so the problem with that is that we only have so much bandwidth as a city, as staff has so much time. So once we know how much something's going to cost or what efforts need to be put into a particular project based on the expensive reports that have been prepared, we may not be able to act on them for a while, whether it's asset management or any of these matters. We may not be able to budget for them for a while. We may not have staff resources to manage them for a while. So I guess the question is, if we bring another consultant study in at a hefty price tag, is there a risk that we would be getting information that would become out of date before it would be actionable, which is definitely something that in my short tenure I've seen. Any thoughts on that from staff?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Grens. Valid point. We are bringing a lot of information forward. I think what I would suggest about all of that is it is bringing a lot of data for council to make decisions and then prioritize that. And so depending on what that study showed, that may be assessed by you as a higher risk or a more important item to follow up than perhaps roads that maybe can wait longer. So I think that's part of getting the information, is being able to accurately assess where the city's risks and priorities are in that regard. But yes, and that's been part of my caution, is that there aren't costs in here for the actual recommendations. As the mayor has commented, in this scenario, we may have some cost sharing with our joint venture partners. Again, depends on the recommendation and whether that impacts their part of the drinking water. So it's an unknown at this point, but I think that's part of having the data, the good information that's current, because a lot of our asset information is not current. So it's hard to make those assessments based on risk and regulatory impacts and things like that.
Thank you. So just a follow-up or response. Just to clarify, we're not totally confident this is the right number. Maybe a little more time to get a better number is possible. And then another, the previous motion was to vote on an item that had basically no downstream cost to the city. And this is completely the opposite in my mind. So that's why I kind of take this line of questioning.
Through the mayor to Councillor Grens. I would say that this number, although it is a rough estimate, we have been, and operations staff have been looking at various studies for other reasons. Maybe Belinda wants to comment further.
So two things on this. Within that $750,000, there's going to be a couple of different pieces to that, and to the concerns about, giving one person $750,000 price tag on what it is. We go out to tender for pieces in totality. So we ask for, what is our consumption? What are our current needs? What are our growth? What are our water sources? That's one piece of it. And then we could say, based on, your proposal for this and your estimate and your thoughts for the next piece of it, which would be coming up with alternative strategies, viable recommendations. And then the third part of it is a plan on how we implement those things. So we can stage those in a way that kind of keeps that a bit in check. A study done 10 plus years ago that we've been based on what we currently I've been stating recently about the growth and the water supply that we have, and with the water treatment plant and the water treatment plant expansion. That was done over 10 years ago, and several hundreds of thousands of dollars was for that 10 years ago. So we've looked at that. We've looked at a couple of different municipalities, Cowichan region, to see where they went. Now, not all of them have all of these components, so we kind of piecemeal from different components, and we're fairly confident that this is a reasonable number with some contingency, because the world's a little wacky still with some stuff. And so as we go through the process, once we start those RFPs, then we'll be able to come back to council and say, yeah, you know what, we were bang on the money here. This is where we think we're going to lay, or you know what, it's going to be 100,000 extra for the master plan, but we'll have these other three pieces already completed within these funds.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, through to our Director of Operations. Okay, thank you. It's going to be a two-parter. The money that's already been earmarked by the ERWS, does this come into play at all in this situation scenario? And I would be curious, given that this has been a topic much discussed, what your opinion would be on whether this is something that would really support your efforts in your department.
So one of the challenges we do have, and you've all realized that, is that there is data that's outdated potentially. It could be completely accurate or could not be accurate. That causes some concerns and some heightened concerns about things that we can't be able to address unless we know the answers to those questions here and now. We've had a lot of strange weather patterns in the last 2 years. We went from a heat dome in June to an atmospheric river in September to a drought that we're still currently in that hasn't been precedented. We have had significant water restrictions in 2009 and 2015, and probably this year coming up as well. So for us, we always try to provide council the best information, and that's based on facts. And unless we have that ability to give you the facts, then it's difficult for us to offer up solutions for things that we don't know if it's a real concern or if it's a concern or just a perceived concern. So that it's very important for us to know accurate statistical information from professionals that can provide an unbiased opinion on what we're asking them for. And that costs quite a bit of money usually. The other question about the RWS, so there is $125,000 currently in a water resiliency fund. There's a piece of this that fits into that. So we could see utilizing some of that money for, if we were to look at Area E's piece of the pie, if that becomes a part of that, which would be in addition to, so if we ask the consultants to look at Parksville and we want them to look at this piece of the pie too, that money could then go towards that because it's already earmarked for that study. So I see that as an additional complementary piece to help us fulfill both our ERWS commitments as well as the commitment that that you guys may want to make to just the Parksville community as a whole.
Oh, are you done? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we had our strategic plan, we did not have this growing community fund. We did not. We did not even know about it when we started that. And so I think, you know, we have a budget we're working on. We've, Ms. Holmes has done a very effective job with explaining it. And I think we've got to be careful that we're not taking money that from the Growing Communities Fund with it all together. I think it's something that we could, like Councillor Beal mentioned, doesn't mean that we couldn't do something about those things in the next couple of months and figure that out with the Growing Communities Fund. I'm concerned about that. I can see money put towards the track and maybe water, but we have to be really careful because it's a one-time gift that we've been given, and it's from the province. And so we must be conservative. That's just my concern about this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. And I echo Councilor Martin's comments there too. Just through you to the staff, Ms. Holmes, would this study also include the infrastructure needs that may be required in the future?
I'll let our Director of Operations reply to that.
To the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, a part of it is to come up with viable like if there is a potential shortfall or if there's other methodologies or ideas that come forth or efficiencies, then a part of this plan should have recommendations on what those would be. And then there would be some relative cost estimates and timeline estimates. So usually when we do a plan like this, they give us short-term, medium-term, and long-term term, and then they give us the general amount of money for each of the different plans or ideas. And then that would be brought back forth to council to say, okay, here's options. And this is what the options cost you. And then at that point, then you would be voting on what direction you would want staff to take at that point.
Thank you. Can then we see Councillor Prime? Is it okay? Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? No, okay. Yeah, Councillor Fries is opposed. Thank you. If we can just stick on the same page. To council, there's two, council 15 and council 16.
Okay, I can skip ahead to those.
Yeah,
Here we
gotta
go.
Skip the pool altogether.
That-
Yes.
That's 15.
Okay, if you can see the line item for the amounts, please, Jenna,
Yep, so it's 200,000 in the schedule.
yes, okay, right, here we go. Okay, so I'll combine, well, no, I better do them separate. 15 consulting services for the new downtown vibrancy plan. I would like to move that forward, and instead of coming out of I'm showing it as coming out of the general fund property tax. I would also use that out of the Growing Communities Fund. Or apply that out of the Growing Communities Fund, 200,000. And so once again, well, okay, so I would like to move that, and then seconded by Councillor Wood. The reason is I saw this one and the next one both just like it's earmarked for the Growing Communities Fund. That for the understanding of the audience anyways, it says this is one more strategic plan that this council has decided that is very important to do. We have in the past, we've had downtown revite plans. We've had different initiatives or facades and that type of thing to happen in the downtown. And it didn't get a lot of real uptake. The best thing that we have had going for us though is the actually the downtown densification has provided really the incentive for this because we have been discovered as having a downtown densification plan that anyways allows for for live work environment downtown, and that's what a lot of the developers are coming for. But at the same time, that allows us to not only to clean up our downtown and have some more modern buildings with modern services available to them, but it also makes it so that we're going to have people living downtown, and we have a lot of visitors that also rely on our downtown, as well as our locals themselves shop downtown, I hope. So the idea behind this is that we want to create a vibrancy plan, and it includes, yeah, exactly. You can see what the intent was, is to traffic slowdown, increase parking for the downtown, the lighting and so forth. And so what it is designed is to create traffic slowdown, like eliminate the factor that we have a highway running through our town. We don't need a highway running through town anymore. We have a freeway bypass. Let's turn that into a road through town where people can safely jaywalk. So, but not that they do that much, but now they have to cross 5 lanes, and it's just boggling that someone, well, I won't even say anything. So we feel, and this has been brought to our attention by like our downtown, our business improvement area advisors, the downtown ambassadors came up with a plan and they said, what is the biggest complaint? They said people can't stand walking down 19A from coming up from our community park to our downtown. And so there's a real disconnect there. We have a disconnect in between the downtown and the community park. They're both popular in their own right, but we want this interaction to go through. And so this is a vibrancy plan. We've taken the revite out of it, called it vibrancy. It's one of their suggestions, that I appreciate that. And so what it is going to do is slow down the traffic, get like parking suggestions on right on the highway, and actually encourage Parksville to be the destination and not the drive-through. And we feel that we have a great park and we have a great downtown, and there has to be some way, a better design to get the people safely across the road to take advantage of both. And as well as keeping the accessibility in mind. It's very difficult for people with issues with mobility issues to actually cross that highway. And so we want to take that out of the factor and actually improve the quality of life for everybody in our community to be all inclusive. So that's kind of what it's all about. And when I saw this Growing Communities Fund, I think, yes, and there was a comment previous about why don't we just save that and guard it and maybe like think about what we're going to spend the money on. The Growing Communities Fund, when you look at the background on it, is like our communities have gone through a hellish time thanks to the pandemic. And now we're being slammed by inflation that we've never seen before. We're being slammed by very other things that are actually hurting us as a community. So the government, with merit to the government, they've come up with a plan to all the communities in British Columbia to hand a large chunk of money, and they're saying, go out and spend it. Your people need it. Your communities need it. We have to get the community back in community. The pandemic took that away. We have to grow our communities, and here's some money to help you do it. So if we take this, it's just a study. So this is it. So the study is going to come up with something, some plan, and then in a year or two's time, hopefully within our term, they come up with a proposal, and then we're going to look at it for budgeting for that. So this is just getting the ball rolling in the right direction to turn this into a community that we can all be proud of. So that's the short version, believe it or not. Councillor, yeah. And Jeff, yeah.
Sorry, if I may,
Yes.
Mayor. It's unclear whether this would be eligible within the Growing Communities Fund, so we'll have to confirm that. Typically, it was capital items, but
Okay.
we're going to try and fit it into the categories, but the studies are not as easy to fit into the categories. But we'll
And I
confirm.
always defer to staff to take it from one reserve to another, and we do have a gas tax that's there as well. And if it, qualify for the gas tax, that we can, because that's another fund that we have that we can use for this. Whatever you feel is the best appropriate, as long as it's not costing taxpayer money. That's the idea. We're trying to keep that to a minimum tonight, I believe. So thank you for that. Councillor Wood, you seconded? You have first comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, in my mind, I'm just kind of thinking, is there a rush to decide on this evening? We have a lot of other things on our plate tonight, and if we're going to get the consultant report back in I don't know, a couple of years or something, could we wait on this one maybe? Is kind of what I'm thinking. Thank you.
Well, the only reason why I'm pushing these at the front of the pile is because this is what we want to get done in our term. These were identified in our strategic plan. So to get done in our term, we have to, I've been here and I know the things that we started at the start of our term last time, 4 years ago, they actually got to the end of the term, or we know some that carried forward. So you have to act quickly to get the ball rolling. And in this particular case, the province has helped us get the ball rolling by easing pressure on other areas. And like we have gas tax fund that was carried forward so many times previously, and it was not used. We're told now, if you don't spend your gas tax that you've saved in the bank, then you're not going to get another one. Why do you think we're going to get? And that's federal. So the thing is, we have to spend the money, and we haven't spent that money. So it's okay to save it for a rainy day fund, but I have to caution you as well that City of Parksville is very well managed financially, thanks to our financial people here. We have a very healthy reserve fund that is very unrestricted reserve fund that takes care of that rainy day situation. We take care of, like a water main break, things like that. We have a unrestricted reserve fund. That's the envy of many. So to take this money and just say, well, let's just think about it later. And so the reason I'm saying we should allocate the money here for what we want in our strat plan, because coming up in further decisions that we're going to make tonight is going to be other things that are other initiatives that are going to be funded by this or that. And we want to say, okay, well, we have that much money left and that much money not left. So what I'm trying to do is place whole what our strategic plan decided. That's the reason why. I'm almost done. Almost. Is that okay? Follow up?
Yeah, just a follow-up question, and it might be through to staff, Mayor, but while $200,000 is not a small amount of money, is that enough money that we would get a substantial report that we can act on?
Yeah, if only my comment would be to, if you look at the next one as well, Councillor Wood, the next one as well is traffic calming and parking study. I ran that all together, but staff have broken it out into separate because that would probably be two separate consultants that would be working with it. And then we put the whole thing together and then we come up with a plan. And then we're going to come back with you in 2 years, maybe, and say, here's what we can do. Maybe the government's giving us more money by then. Who knows? That's the idea. But we got to start moving ahead on it now. And we're the council to do. Hi, Councilor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, I would like the staff to finish the presentation they were doing. I think helps me follow better what's going on. And perhaps then we can bring the motion for specific items. The second thing, I remember from the last meeting, you saying we have about $5 million, don't spend it in 5 minutes, but it looks like today we are in a bit of a hurry to spend those $5 million. I took your advice, so I would like things to be deferred if they're not urgent. Let's sleep on them. We need to think carefully, even though it's sort of a free money, not property taxes from Parksville. I would like it to be spent wisely, so I will not be supporting this motion for this study. Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. Well, and perhaps to yourself as well, Mr. Mayor. What I'm wondering is, understanding that there have been reports or, there have been plans for the downtown area done in the past. I've been to a number of those little open houses and workshops on those over the years. And we also have a very capable Parksville Downtown Business Association looking after the BIA. And I also understand that our staff had some plans for lighting in the downtown area that sounded really interesting. So my question is, well, one or the other, either could all of this information be brought forward in a way so that we could understand where it's been and where we're going? Because I'm wondering if, the streets are still there and so on. Perhaps there are plans that are there in existence that really just need an update even. But my question even more so is, what role has the PDBA had in discussing this particular initiative at this point in time? And I'm just wondering, with the short time frame, has there been a chance to discuss this with them?
My only comment is the discussions I've had with the PDBA are exactly this. And they said, just as long as we're included in the consultant's findings. If the consultant is hired, they just want to make sure that their stakeholder that's going to be consulted. And that was just a week ago.
Okay, well, that's helpful. So they, as far as you understand, they're very supportive of going after getting a consultant to come up with a new plan in addition to whatever has been there. Is that correct?
Well, it's not up to them to decide. It's up to council. Council makes that decision. They're supportive of the idea, but they're, like anything to make the BIA more effective would be. Why would it not? We're not asking them for money.
I guess the clarification is that the difference here is that with the city, we're looking at city-owned assets. So for instance, streets and, lighting and all those sorts of things in the downtown, as well as perhaps traffic. Could I have a follow-up, but it's more to do with the traffic part of it? I noticed it's focused on traffic calming and also parking. Is there a thought that there would be a focus also on active transportation as part of this particular study?
Absolutely.
I'm seeing a nod. I don't know
Yeah,
if people
yeah,
here or if staff is aware that there's a considerable federal money right now available for active transportation plans. So it might be worth looking at, because we haven't applied apparently. And the money, a lot of communities are applying for these funds, and we haven't yet. So the money will go. And it might be nice to get some of that if it could help with this project.
Yes, and every one of these things that we've considered so far would be also, our staff are very good at identifying like application for grants for the following. If they have this in place here, then we can say active transportation, tree planting and so forth like that with our grants out there. And I'm kind of proud of our staff that they do, once they have council initiative, that they will. So like, it could be less money, to if we get a grant, to consider the active transportation. I understand fully what you're saying. Yes, I'm pretty confident the staff would actually do. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I said that this funds should be really, we've got to be careful, I kind of meant it. I didn't mean that we should discuss it and discuss it and discuss it. I thought we could just defer it for a month even, while we have the rest of our budget that we've been working on for several weeks. I mean, we've had how many meetings? 4 or 5 meetings, and we want to get that done. And then these other things, what difference would it make for a month or two, just to, bring all the ends together, because it's a lot of money we're talking about. I didn't mean for a long time,
Yes,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that
yeah,
I'm
not-
suggesting is this is our budget meetings. This is the final of our budget meetings. And this is where we're supposed to be making the choices and the decision and the direction for staff to follow. So that's why
Sorry, it's sort of funny you're sitting beside me here. I can't get over it. I get to look at you over there. Anyway, what it
I'd
is.
like to be close.
Yeah, right.
I
What
can
it
reach you here.
is this really part of our total budget? I thought it was a separate fund and I really, we can make the decision any week, I would think. This isn't the deadline for the provincial deadlines for the 15th of May. This is what I would think. I'm not sure. I'm not experienced in this. This is what I'm wondering.
Well-
Thank you very much, Ms. Holmes. Maybe you know better than I do. I just don't know.
If I may, through the mayor, in order for the municipality to make an expenditure of any type, it does need to be in our financial plan. And typically that is through this process. If something comes up later in the year, council can make specific resolutions to approve an expenditure, but typically our expenditures are approved within the financial plan.
And the growing community fund is part of it now?
Yes, it is.
No way around it. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Notwithstanding, it could be done with a specific resolution, but yes, it is revenue into the city that we will record, and council
Right.
already made a resolution to receive it as revenue in our financial plan and to put it into a reserve. That was where it was held a couple meetings ago, and now you may make different decisions that are going to actually approve expenditures out of that, and then the remainder would go into reserve.
Reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And to further answer your question, Councilor Martin, like coming up where there's a proviso for the fire department. And they're suggesting it was like a fire hall renovation final design. So the staff recommendation is using 3 million of gas tax. Well, so what I'm suggesting is if we need, as council or the staff are suggesting, if we need to take money from the gas tax, then if we've already spent all the money in the gas tax further on, if it's to Councillor Gore's point, if we spend all the money in the gas tax on the fire hall perhaps, and we could have spent that on something else, then there's nothing. That's why I'm suggesting we get these out of the way first and then we look at everything else. It's more of a holistic approach instead of a one-off. That's the
May I
reason.
make a comment?
Is that
Adam.
Councillor Perez?
Yeah, thanks. So I can just make a comment there and just touching on what Councillor Martin was asking there. It sounded like she was asking to me if it's required that we spend all of the growing community fund this year or in this budget. And I don't believe that's the case. I think we have a number of years to decide what to do with the growing communities fund. Is that correct?
I don't believe that there was a limit or what, sorry, what was?
Yeah, through the mayor,
Yes.
they expect it to be spent within 5 years.
Wait, okay.
But not in this, we don't have to spend it all in this this annual budget or in this meeting.
Correct. It's okay to have some transferred to reserve within this 5-year financial plan, but one would expect that perhaps next year you might make further allocations if there were amounts left in reserve, such that by the end of 2027, the funds would all be spent. But it doesn't all have to be shown as spent within this financial plan.
Right. And so for me, I think that because the strategic plan is it's so recent, it's not even something that's been released to the public. And I'm not even sure if there was any public engagement done on the strategic plan. I think that we should be in this first year of and being a pretty new council here too, that I think we should be doing as minimal as possible with council initiatives in this budget. And we should be letting staff direct a lot of it so we could get our feet underneath us, have the public get up to speed on what direction it is that we are going. So we have clear goals in mind before we start throwing money at everything we can possibly think of, not just for not having money for future use of it, because we know next year there's always going to be things that are going to come up that we're going to wish we had this money for, but also so we can have staff catch their breath. They're coming out of one term where they were already overloaded with the resources to be able to handle the projects to now this term where we haven't even looked at those priority items and we're already overloading them at the same time spending all our money that we possibly have. So I really think we need to scale things back. And next year, I think we'll be much better positioned and much better educated and the public much more engaged into what we're going to do with this money. and what kind of projects we'll like to see going forward. I don't think it's a necessity to, especially when a lot of these are just plans. We're spending a lot of money to have plans, but there's not a lot of actionable things that are going to come out of it. We hope that we're going to have the money later on to do something in these terms, but these consulting fees and so on too, these are pretty expensive. The actionable items that come out of that are going to be 10 times the amount. You know, I think we need to be thinking a little bit further ahead. So this isn't something I'm going to support, and I would really encourage council to scale back these council initiatives and council motions until we get our feet better under us.
Interesting comments, Councillor Fraz. The thing is that this council spent a couple of days working. You talked about what kind of public engagement there is. The council spent a couple of days working on their strategic plan. We had very thorough discussions with the facilitator that identified what the strategic plan was. And I know that you were on council previously when we decided our strategic plan at that time, which was put in place for our term. However, this time, working through our strategic plan, which is essential that council puts in place based on every councillor's view of what they feel they've heard from the community. You chose not to attend those meetings. You chose not to let your feelings be known. The other councillors did attend, and they have identified certain items on this that should be on the strategic plan. And the strategic plan is exactly that. It's a plan in place to fulfill the vision that you feel is necessary for our community. And that's why we're elected. We're the ones that have to do those decisions. The public consultation has been done. The public has voted for us to guide the city. And that is what we're trying to do. And that's what the strat plan does. The strategic plan prevents us from being diverted by chasing every shiny thing that goes across the street. And so it's very important that we have this plan. And that's why we spend so much time doing it. And all that we're trying to do right now is placehold sufficient funds to try and achieve what we decided was important to our community. And that's what's up there. To say, just keep on kicking it down the road, you know, like wait for further. It's like you have to take action. We're here, we're elected because we have vision. And that's what we have to do. We have to provide the best community that we can, as well as some of the initiatives that we have is all about very sensitive infrastructure that we have to address now. That's what we're elected for. We're making decisions. So that is my feeling on this. You obviously have a different opinion. So, and that is continues to be your choice. That's fine. Yeah.
I guess that doesn't really answer the question of if there was what kind of public engagement was done in the strategic plan. And to that point, has any of the public even seen the strategic plan?
The public was not part of the strategic plan because the elected
Thanks for
official.
answering that.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you're welcome. Councillor Martin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give you a smile. One of number 5 is called community engagement, and that was one of our 6 goals. So we have it on our plan.
I haven't got to that yet.
No, I know. And so we have to cover that. And that's what I think Councillor Fraz is mentioning. That's where it came from. So thank you.
Thank you. So there's Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the vision that the mayor is bringing forward here and the coining of the phrase of making Parksville a destination on a drive-through. That's a great one. With regard to our strategic plan, personally, I would want to take a strategic approach to the strategic plan. And to my mind, the water resiliency study is strategically primary domino that will once we knock that one over, it'll knock over the OCP, because then we'll be able to understand what kind of capacity we have for our OCP. When I just think through the sequence of matters here, then I would also want to put before that our strategic plan of better engaging the public, because that leads to all these pieces. So like for my mind, the community engagement piece is the first domino. It creates the environment within which we can make good decisions with the backing of the public. I would put the downtown vibrancy and traffic calming a little bit down the line in terms of the dominoes. So I guess that's just what I'm trying to think through here in terms of how we allocate funds. Does it make more sense perhaps in the 2024 year to allocate funds for the vibrancy plan once we've had some of the other preliminary dominoes tipped over? One of those in particular I see, and this is something that I spoke a lot during the campaign, was the desire to better engage the public. We have a very we're blessed in this community with a lot of people who have a lot of insight and intelligence, experience, and ideas that they can bring to the table. And I see our strategic plan goal of better engaging those folks can also reduce costs on the city and get a better result as well, because it's the community that's helped inform these decisions. So that's where I would think that maybe that piece comes first, then the water, then the OCP, and then the downtown vibrancy and traffic calming, should those be kind of like what comes out of those initial things. That's just kind of how I'm thinking it in my mind. So I'm still getting familiar with the allocation of funds and where best to do that along the line. And I very much applaud the idea of trying to get things done for the community. So I'm just trying to talk through how we do that in the most strategic and effective and efficient and cost-effective way, while also being mindful of our existing responsibilities as a city to, keep the sewer flushing.
If
Go
I
ahead.
could, through the mayor to Councillor Grants, it is important, I think, as we talked about it, perhaps the very first meeting, is this is a 5-year financial plan. And so it seems unlikely we would do all these things in 2023, especially since we're already 4 months in. So I think it's great if council would like to indicate that perhaps this goes in a different year than 2023. So please provide that direction within your resolutions if you see that being a year or two out.
Call the question. All those in favor? Sorry. Are you? Call the question. All those in favor? Let me take a longer to count. Didn't see that coming. That would be Mayor O'Brien voted affirmative and the rest of council negative. Opposed. Sorry. Oh, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Sure. Okay, right. You said, yeah, because you're saying a no, if you don't vote, it's affirmative, right? Oh, you mean there was hope? So I'm going to turn it over now to Jetta. That was basically the items that are on our strategic plan that I felt was important.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Grant.
I wonder whether council would entertain moving to add to the 2024 or 2025 financial plan, like an earmarked fund, or, maybe just put them together. Is that something worth putting on the floor?
I'm sorry.
Based on Director of Finance's recommendation, do we?
For what?
For instead of in 2023 financial plan, putting in 2024 financial or 2025 financial plan, the previous motion?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, if I may.
You may.
Okay, while we're here then, if we want to just look at the remaining items that were listed as part of the strategic plan initiatives. The first being the FTE to support the strategic plan implementation, which was indicated as Council 11 on the list. And if you like, I can just provide a little bit of background on that. And that was to support increased service level for community and intergovernmental engagement and respond to increased demands related to city hosted and community special events. The 2023 costs, given we're partway through the year, would be estimated at 37,000, which is inclusive of benefits and professional development fees. And annualized cost in 2024 estimated at 92,000. And the funding for that would be coming from property taxes. And if council would like to give any direction on that.
Councillor Beal.
Much and through to our Director of Finance. So, and what impact will that have on property taxes? Because that has not already been included in the estimate, correct? So roughly what would
Yeah,
that?
through the mayor, that's correct. So 1% of taxes is about $170,000. So we're a little more than half on that. So perhaps it's a 0.6% property tax increase that would be related to this. On an annualized basis. Yeah.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand this is very important for the council. It was part of our strategic plan to have a disposition to have better engagement of the public. This is something I personally did notice people wanting to see more engagement, knowing what's going on in the city hall and what sort of decisions were being made. My question to staff here is, I understand this will be an admin position. Can we start, have you looked at the option of having a contract position rather than FTE, considering all the union stuff that goes on with FTEs? And just because this position it will be in its infancy, like this is an idea of this council. We want to see how it works. Perhaps even a contract or a term position to see, are we able to achieve what we thought we would with this position? Or would this be something that the Director of Communications could perhaps take on, or maybe their assistant could do? I see a negative response from our CAO, but perhaps not having an FTE to start with. I would like to see perhaps baby steps to this position and see if it's able to deliver what this council envisions.
If I may, through the mayor. So we have had hired term positions in the past. That's definitely a possible thing to do. Some of the challenges that we've experienced with that is really on the recruitment side, in that it's somewhat more challenging to attract the right combination of skills if somebody isn't being offered a full-time permanent position. So that does narrow the pool a little bit. Not to say we haven't actually had great term folks, and when we have that happen, we try very hard to keep them and sometimes transition them to a different position in the city. But it is something that we would take direction from council. This is really not necessarily a staff proposal. It really is a response from hearing from council that there's a desire to increase the service level in that department, which is a department of essentially one, with some support from our admin team. So if council is wanting to see additional tasks and additional things happening, we certainly need some kind of resource. So if council isn't 100% set on this being a full-time position, we would work with whatever direction you get or you give us.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice where you're sitting over there. It's much better.
I might be coming back.
Couldn't help myself. Anyway, we did this with the parks. We had we've just put a full-time position in for the manager. Wasn't that the way it was originally? It was a contract and then they got moved into that position? Is that how it works?
Yeah, if
Similar?
I may, Mr. Mayor, there's just some sensitivity around some of our labor related issues, but certainly we've had experience with a number of positions that were a term position to start, and then they would evolve hopefully into either an FTE that becomes vacant, or we're able to show that the capacity is needed in other areas. So I think, again, you know, if council wants to do this as a term position to trial, then that's certainly something we can work with. Some minor, just different ways in how we would have to try and recruit. A contract is challenging because, I mean, we do actually use a lot of contractors for a specific project, but it's a little bit more challenging. I'd have to sort of get my head around whether that would work and be less work for us or more work for us than if we had a contractor kind of not familiar with our culture and kind of, you know, coming in and giving some recommendations that may not fit with what council is trying to achieve. So I would recommend that council consider the term position over a kind of ad hoc contracted position. And like I say, you know, there's some minor things that's a little bit more expensive because you have to pay folks in lieu of benefits usually or things of that nature, but certainly doable if that's what council's more comfortable with.
Thank you.
If I could just have a question through to CEO Kaler as well. So is not a lot of this already handled by our Director of Communications?
So if I may, through the mayor, I did share that information with council as to what that current service level is at. But my understanding is that there's a desire from council for additional items there. So not exactly clear on what that would look like for council, but we were hearing, you know, there's some gaps perceived in terms of certain areas of engagement. So I did provide a big list of what our current tasks are for the year so that council can see kind of what's happening right now. If council thinks that's sufficient, then I would suggest you probably don't need this FTE right now. But we are basically putting this back to council, and that through your strategic planning discussions, we're hearing that there was additional things that in that service that council wanted to increase.
So thank you for that. So my question, council, did you all see that list that was forwarded? So it shows our Director of Communications, Ms. Tardif, does an awful lot of the things that I see listed here. And actually it showed an awful lot of things that she did that I wasn't aware of. And so she's already doing a lot of this, and to suggest that we're going to spend 92,400, but that's annually, and plus the benefits of 37,000. It's
No,
100.
the 92,000 is inclusive of benefits.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, right. So the 92.4 would be inclusive. So that's going to be an annual basis. That's a $100,000 a year. And so that's every year. That would add, as Councillor Beal has mentioned, 0.6% every year. Anyways, that's, there's no motion on the floor yet. So we're just discussing right now, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering, and perhaps through to our CAO, if, you know, with the right skill set, looking for someone to fill this position, might they also be considered as part of a longer term succession plan? So perhaps we have extra projects now bringing this in. If in fact the improvements that we have in terms of engaging the public, and absolutely our Director of Communications does an amazing job. But I'm just wondering if long-term, could this in fact be, as I say, part of our succession plan and be a benefit to the organization over time?
So, if I may, through the mayor, so this would be an additional position in that function. So typically what would happen if we do try our best to recruit from within. So if there's ever a vacancy in the future in any position, and there's somebody else in the organization who is appropriately qualified, we've had great success in promoting from within. But that being said, there is no imminent change in the structure. And so this would basically provide additional resources for something that we don't necessarily have time for right now. If council is wanting new initiatives in that area, one of the things that has been identified as kind of the example would be enhanced First Nation engagement or intergovernmental engagement, which we do on an ad hoc basis on a project kind of right now, but there's no council priority for that. So it's off the side of a desk for several staff. There's no kind of like priority program on some of those things. And so I guess my understanding was that council was identifying that potentially as a gap that this resource would be able to support that function, I guess. But yeah, I think I'm wondering if part of it might be that this council hasn't been through some of those communication things that we do. So I think to what the mayor was saying, part of the reason why I shared the document was so that everyone does understand kind of the breadth of what we do in a more typical year. Obviously, you guys haven't been through even a full year yet, although maybe it feels like that for you, but and we haven't really done a major project with this council yet. So some of the other folks who've been on council for different terms probably are more familiar with things like the open houses and workshops and walk shops and innovative things we've done with consultants on specific projects. So again, this is really just a kind of a proposal we brought forward in response to council's comments or some council's comments that there may be some additional service level that you're wanting to provide.
Councillor Bill.
Much. And through to our CAO again. Yes, I did bring to mind that when we've had special projects, and I'm thinking about the community parks master plan or the plan for open spaces and trails and open spaces, that we have a consultant who is also responsible then for having those community engagement pieces. And I do appreciate that not everyone around the table here has had the opportunity to experience that. And certainly and there I am thinking of Dr. Pam Shaw and what she did with her students out in the parks and in various areas, which was absolutely first rate and definitely engaged the communities. We've also had other circumstances, though, where maybe a consultant has been here and then left, and then another one and then left. And so, it can be up and down, but those consultants can, is that common practice that part of the agreement would be that they would in fact provide those community engagement pieces?
Yes, if I may, through the mayor. Yes, very much so. And we love working with the VIU students and Dr. Shaw in particular, but we were also able to work with students from the statistics department, from the biology, geology, and they brought an amazing level of energy to the community. And when they were working with us on parks, they came up with really innovative ideas. And so that's absolutely part of what we do. And then with other projects like the master transportation plan, which is on the books, that there would be a consultant there. Typically what happens is the consultant assists our staff. So we would have an open house, for example, with the consultant there to talk about the expert things they need to talk about, and then staff there to talk about the city kind of aspects of it. And then they often will help as well in much bigger projects like an OCP review or something of that nature. They would help us with things like the targeted workshops or other sort of more, like sometimes we have subcommittees that are kind of expert based, so they're more peer reviewed. So we have a lot of different, depending on the nature of what the project is, we have a lot of different ways that we can leverage the consultants that we're using for that project.
I made a question through to staff. I guess we don't have a motion on the floor here, but lots of questions. So thank you, Chair, for allowing that. Maybe another question through to staff. It concerns me when I hear staff saying they're doing things on the edge of their or side of their desks. I'm wondering if that problem will be eliminated to an extent based on our review of the work plan that would free up some more staff time, because to my mind, there's no concern in terms of the qualifications in the existing staff to perform the tasks that we're talking about here. But it concerns me to hear that there's a sort of side of the desk being talked about there.
Sure. I'm not sure if that was a question directed to me, but I think the hope through the mayor, the hope we've often had and expressed is that the work plan would be right-sized for our capacity. I would venture to say we all do a lot of things off the side of our desk. That's just the nature of a smaller city. And sometimes we like having that opportunity to do new and different things that may not be typically within your purview if you're in a larger organization. I think the volume is what we struggle with. And I think there's a number of ways council can assist. The number one way would be, as I think the mayor alluded to, sticking to the strategic plan and very cautiously, thinking about whether something fits into the plan before it's brought forward as a motion. And then the other piece would be giving priority to those things. So if something is new, or even the existing lengthy list that we often refer to, there is really no council directed priority on those things. So, staff are kind of, in some ways, we just pick what we know we can work on, or pick something that we think might be the priority. But we know that we're never going to get to some of those things. And so I think when we talk with council about the list and about your strategic plan, which will be coming to a public meeting as soon as I can write that report, I think that's where we would be seeking the direction from council is, if we only have so much time in a year, what do you want us to start working on first? What are the priorities that you think need to be kind of in the 5 years, or in sort of a couple of years, so that we know that those things are coming next. And if we have free time, we can start prepping for them. Or like you mentioned, doing the domino type thing, where if we have for a small amount of time, we can kind of kill two birds with one stone. We at least then have a plan and kind of know what to focus the energy on. So, I think in some respects, we expect to be running flat out and busy and doing some things off the side of our desk temporarily. I think the challenge we've had is that it's been a very ongoing thing, and that it just creates some challenges, even in terms of your expertise, right? Like, it might not be something you do very often. So then you're more likely to not do it the best. Yeah.
So, yes, thank you for that, Sarah Keller. So do you think it would be better to maybe get a year under our belts first to see what kind of strategic plan for the initiative, your exact term is? Yeah. For the engagement that you're looking for is to look at our current director of communications and so forth, and to see what they're already doing. As I say, many things that I didn't know, and then being new council, you haven't witnessed what has been engaged and what hasn't been engaged, and what has happened in the past. Maybe wait for a year to see what that is, and maybe make suggestions. Is there anything that could be done better or something like that? I think that would be helpful to just say that maybe this could be looked at in a different way, rather than hiring like another full-time person. I know our director of communications is good enough to say that I'll attempt to do it, but I'll get to it in such and such a time, and she'll seek support where she needs it. But at the same time, kind of look to see what where we could actually improve, and maybe we can work with our director of communications for comments on maybe ways of doing it better. Maybe I guess is what you're suggesting. We're not ticking all the boxes I'm hearing from you, but maybe like live with it for a year so you understand what actually is happening.
Yeah, if I may, so I understand still there not being a motion on the floor. I don't intend to bring one based on what I'm hearing from staff, that there is not an urgency around this, that maybe it's more a matter of priority, and that the priorities are going to be a different priority set under this council's strategic plan relative to other council's strategic plans in the past. So, I mean, even to my mind, going into strategic planning generally, I see it also as being something we as a council on the elected side are executing on as well, that we're already getting sort of paid to do, that we don't necessarily need additional staff to cover them. Like when it comes to advocacy, a lot of that's on us. When it comes to engagement, a lot of that's on us. Certainly staff support on that is good, but I very much am sensitive, hopefully, to the needs of staff, because I believe our role at council is to provide strategic direction and then make sure it's appropriately funded and staffed and allocated appropriately. And if I'm not hearing sort of strong signals that that is a concern on this particular item, then I think the ball's in our court as council to make sure we're doing a good job on that.
Fair enough. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been sitting here for 2.5 hours. Might be possible for maybe a 5 or a 10-minute recess. Comfort break, do they call it these days?
Sure. Can we just finish off this topic?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who wants to put through a motion on this particular initiative? Seeing none, I would say bring the next one up on the screen and then we can take a 5-minute comfort break.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm just wondering, after we come back from the comfort break, would it be helpful? I'm just hearing from a couple of counselors, like we have in the handout, a bit of an order on some things we need direction from council on. Would it be okay for us to maybe go back to a couple of the items that we don't have decisions on after the break?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
yes. Things that you need decisions on, that's what should be introduced next. Sure. Good. We'll reconvene at 8:25. Buddy, thank you.
We can maybe go back to
these are the remaining ones that require your direction. A couple of comments on these. One, there are only 4 that are actually recurring beyond 2023. The rest are one-time items. You'll note that out of the total of 626,000, only 113,000 of that is from property taxes, which is about 18%. So essentially 82% of that is being funded out of different pots of reserves, COVID funds, water and sewer fund as well. So I'll just make those couple of comments. In terms of funding this overall, it's only a 0.3% property tax that's required to fund the recurring portions of these items. And if council would like to look at those any further, you were distributed the slides related to those again for March 15th. We can go through them one by one. The only one I'd like to bring to your attention, because you had asked for some additional information, is the first one with respect to the forum upgrades. Sarah, that's not moving forward. Do you have? Okay, thanks. If you recall, the proposal that was brought forward was related to the upgrades to this room. There's already 100,000 allocated from COVID funding to improvements in this with respect to communication, with respect to updating it to better operate as an EOC, updating the AV equipment, possibly including adding things in the foyer such that for larger audiences, there could be visuals or further things. Right, yeah, yep. And so that was the initial proposal, was to request that an additional 100,000 be allocated to that project because the initial estimates were looking like it might be higher than the 100,000 that had been approved by council in the amended financial plan. At that time, council asked us to also look at what would be the cost of bringing audiovisual equipment to the PCC space. Perhaps in lieu of that 100,000 being allocated here, or perhaps the two would be done together. And so this is the additional information related to providing the AV equipment next door at the PCC. Rough costs put together by our facilities and IT staff would be about $75,000, which would not include providing public Wi-Fi. And that would include a variety of AV equipment, the ability to stream, and the operating costs related to that would be about $2,400 per year beyond that initial capital cost. And the replacement on this type of equipment per our manager of IT is about every 8 to 10 years. So in terms of funding this, there's some complications around this in that, one, it could be funded from property taxes. We could take the additional 100,000 that staff was proposing be allocated to the forum and allocate it to this. But that 100,000 was also being reallocated from an initial amount that had been allocated to the pool. So within the COVID funding. So we've got these little pots of money that are kind of the last pieces of the COVID funding, and looking for some direction from council on how you would like to proceed with this. Right now, we have in the financial plan 100,000 allocated to the forum, and that was confirmed by council during the amended financial plan process. But we have this extra 100 that could be left with the pool. It could be reallocated here. It could be reallocated to the forum. So that's the complication around that one. That's just a little less straightforward than the others.
If I can just comment on the, but it's 100,000 from the COVID was allocated to the pool. There was another amount already left over from the initial CAO Kaler, if you could advise me what that was.
Yes, thank you. So the other amount that we were referring to was actually for site assessments. So that was, we had already engaged a contractor to do some preliminary site assessments on another piece of land. Very soon we found out that wasn't going to be suitable. So we have the reserve of that amount, and it's about 125, I think.
125.
125,000.
And it's in the carry forward right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so my personal opinion that regarding the pool, that's sufficient to take it to the next stage that I think we want to do, as long as the rest of council, you agree with that? That's okay? Do you think we need more? I mean, I think it's okay to use the COVID money for this, is what I'm saying. Yeah, good. So this is included in the forum upgrade? Or this is the separate one from the forum upgrade?
Right, so the request that's in number one there was to add that 100,000 that was previously allocated to the pool to the forum upgrade. So if council wishes, there would be $200,000 there, the original 100 with the forum plus the additional 100 to allocate to upgrades to the forum and PCC. We could do that as a joint project. You could do 100 to each. That would be at your direction as to how you'd like to allocate those funds. Staff is indicating we need about 75,000 to do the PCC, so we could put the remainder to the forum. And of course, with respect to the forum, our partners would also be participating in that project. So there would be some, our 125 say would go further in terms of the total project cost because it would be our 69% share.
So, right, so do you want to, are you suggesting that maybe we can look at this whole list and then just put it through exactly like this? Otherwise, we're going to be here until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right, I would suggest exactly that. I just wanted to give you that additional information on the first one. I don't have additional information to give to you on any of the others. We've discussed those in the past meetings. And if council's comfortable with going through and approving it all together, you could do a resolution to that effect with giving us some direction on what you'd like to do with that incremental 100,000 on the forum upgrades.
I would like to do that with council's blessing anyways, to do the whole list, except for I have one comment on item the Belinas Secondary School Dry Grad Plumbing Planning Committee assistance with venue costs. And that was working out of the general fund, the operating under property tax for $1,950. So that request is actually for the cost of them renting the PCC. So, which is great. I'm glad that they're supporting the PCC as it is. But I have a hard time understanding that why we have to take $1,950 out of our revenue or property tax to do that when we actually own the PCC. Can we not, wasn't that part of the condition when it was converted from a community hall to the BGC, that it was going to be used for community center uses as well? But I thought we had the ability, I have a hard time thinking that we own the building, the BGC pays $1, and they're going to charge Belinas $1,950 for our asset. And I have just a hard time with that because I know in Qualicum, their community centers, or their civic centers, for their graduation, they waive the fees. And so I don't know why we couldn't just waive the fees or ask BGC to waive the fees in some regard, because it seems like the right thing to do.
If I may,
CEO
I'm gonna
Kaler.
defer, yeah.
If I may, so the difference with the Qualicum one is that the city runs that one directly and that's within their control. So similar to previous situations, the operator uses the rentals to fund their operation, I guess. And so we have a provision that's city events. So if we needed it for a public hearing, or if we wanted to host an event, we don't have to pay ourselves, or we don't have to pay for that.
Yeah.
But it is part of their business model that they rent out the space to fund or supplement or offset the operations for the daycare. So the way that we're essentially giving a grant to cover the cost of the rental, in that case, if council wishes to do that, but similar to how it was operated in the past, there was a rental charge, and council has done it. We have given grants to folks to pay for the rental charge over the years. But in this situation, we don't control, we've signed a lease with the operator and we don't control their rental. The only provision being that city events, we do not have to pay for.
We can call it a graduation event by the city of Parksville. You know what I'm saying?
If I may, I think the way, given the legal reality is the city would basically be able to provide them with a grant, but we have no other authority over. Just like we couldn't do that with previous operators. They have the autonomy through the lease to provide the rents. And that is what they use so that they don't get a subsidy from the city.
It's disappointing, but yeah, I knew that the city used for the all candidates meetings and that type of thing, there was supposed to be no charge. I was just hoping that there would be also inclusive of something like this. And that's disappointing.
If I may, we used to have to pay to use it for public hearings or for training or for workshops, but we don't anymore.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I really support what you're saying here. I was wondering if our CAO might be able to answer in the last year or last 2 years, how many times has the city actually used a community hall for city purpose and that we were not charged for?
So if I may, not very much in the last year. So it was used for a COVID vaccination clinic for 18 months or so, I think. I can't remember exactly. It all runs together. But we have used it maybe a dozen times for training for staff. So we've been able to get into the gym area and we would use it more now that we have tables and chairs that are purchased for that. We got about 80 chairs from the Island Health Clinic, but that wasn't really sufficient for citywide training. But yeah, we would use it, I would say in a normal time, not COVID, we would use it probably 6 to 10 times a year. It depends when we're doing like a master transportation plan, we typically would use the gym for our open houses and our workshops and things. I don't know, I can't think of, am I missing anything important that yeah. So, and we usually would have all candidates there, or we had a PDBA meeting there with the previous council in the summer. I can't remember what else we've had, but yeah,
No,
6.
Not a lot, even if it came from the city. I mean,
Right.
They're wanting to pay as land to them, which is not the same as getting raised. Yes, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, what have we paid, and maybe our CEO knows this, for graduations for the Bolinas High School? This is a request here for rent, but what have we actually contributed in the past?
So if I may, through the mayor, couple of things. We have 2 bursaries or scholarships that we provide to Bolinas students, $500 each. And they have not asked us for a lot of funding in the past. I'm going to guess that maybe 2016 or 2017, council gave them $7,000 from contingency for their grad event. I don't know exactly what that was for, but they gave them quite a bit more than what they're asking for now. And they haven't really asked. I can literally only think of one other time. I don't know if Jed, if you remember, but in the 12 years I've been here, I think they've only come once.
Thank you.
A comment, yes. Councillor Bill.
Just a comment, someone actually in the public had asked, who had had a look at this, had wondered why, or if we considered at all covering this out of grants in aid, especially now that it has been increased. But I'm guessing here, and someone could clarify this, I'm thinking that our grants and aids are, in order to access them, it must be a nonprofit organization, like a registered nonprofit. And I don't believe that this committee would meet that criteria. And so that is why it's listed here in this way. Would that be correct?
Right, and there's some urgency to it as well.
It's one half dozen together, it's the same thing. Yeah, I see just. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So if there's no further questions, yeah, that's disappointing. I think it's just the right thing to do. So I would definitely. Sorry, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps just one comment with regard to what Councillor Beal mentioned is that we would have the option perhaps to take this amount from what has been budgeted towards grants and aid, or maybe council contingency or somewhere else rather than from taxation. Is that maybe a question through to staff?
I'm afraid that that would, you know, if you're taking it out of that budget, out of grants for aid, they have the different rules that go with that, so that would.
I seem to recall from a previous conversation that the council contingency fund was actually either depleted or very close to in this particular, at this particular point in time.
Right.
So that was my recollection.
Just go for it.
Mhm.
Okay. So okay, so with council's approval, I'd like to move all of the items from 1 through 19.
19
19.
on slide
See if that-
13.
Yeah, side view. 1 through 19. I'd like to move that, please. Seconded by Councillor Wood. Any further discussion? Sorry.
Through the mayor, can we just confirm that funding allocation as recommended is what you're approving?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
If I may, are we looking at the $200,000 being combined for the forum and the PCC or just forum? So we had discussed potentially allocating 125 to the forum and then the 75 to the PCC AV upgrades. Is that what council is wanting to do right now
Yeah.
for item 1?
To clarify, I believe you said there's enough for both.
Yes.
Yeah, 75 on one and then
Yes.
I'm suggesting that it would be for both.
Okay.
Yeah,
perfect.
forum and PC.
Okay, thank you. So we'll amend item number 1 to reflect that.
Yes, and the only other thing to go into our motion would also be the fact that all of the above would be done based on staff recommendations for the workload, the existing workload. So timing of when it's done, we're going to leave it to staff to come up with what you feel is doable, considering the work plan that we have. So that's, the urgency is at your discretion. That work? Okay, thank you.
If I may just clarify, Mayor, that the entire $200,000 is COVID grant, correct? Thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? All those in favor? Can you see Councillor Pratt? Oh, there he is there. Okay. Okay, that is unanimous.
Okay, thank you.
First item.
So the next ones that need some direction are the first 3 that were on the page 2 council initiatives list. And those 3 being the Protective Services Reserve, the Fire Hall renovation, and then we've already dealt with the additional contribution to the Oceanside track. So it's really those 2. Some information as requested by council with respect to establishing a Protective Services Reserve. If you recall, we discussed the impending threshold of the RCMP costs increasing at 15,000 population and related costs being quite significant in the 5 to 7 year timeframe is when we're estimating that, depending on where the census falls. And so just to provide some other information about that, we could, as was suggested by council, set up a reserve that could be used by both Protective Services, RCMP, or by the fire department and ensure that it was available for capital and operating items. What I would suggest would be a best practice around establishing a reserve was that our reserves policy would outline recommended minimum levels, maximum levels of the reserve, including restricted or unrestricted and what it could be used for. Generally, there would be a deliberate allocation of unrestricted surplus to make sure we have sufficient working capital, rainy day fund, emergency fund, those types of things within what's left in our unrestricted surplus. And that we would ensure our reserves are supporting our long-term financial plans, which certainly this would be consistent with that, both from an operating and capital perspective, because as you know, in the future, we need more with respect to our fire hall, but will at some point also need to replace the RCMP detachment building. My recommendation to you would be to bring the analysis of establishing this reserve as part of our entire reserves policy and analysis that we'll be bringing to you in the fall, so that we can ensure that we're looking at the unrestricted surplus in a wholesome way rather than kind of pulling it off one by one. For example, that policy would say what will be done with an annual allocation, what will the priorities be with any remaining funds that are available to be reserved to allocated to reserves, and then what are acceptable uses of remaining unrestricted surplus. That said, I'd like to just provide you with the rest of the information that you requested. With respect to our RCMP expenditures, what happens with respect to our invoicing and our billing around the RCMP costs is that we budget for the full complement that is allocated to us, which is currently 17 members. However, as members get pulled off on different things, we only get billed for exactly what was on hand during the year. And they do amend the quarterly billings a little bit for that during the year. And then once per year, they do an annual reconciliation. So we typically get one more adjustment up or down, depending on what was billed during the year. So I've just provided a 5-year analysis here of what our surpluses were in each year related to RCMP. And so essentially what I've looked at is what was our total expenditure related to RCMP, less what is our traffic fine revenue sharing related to that function, what we had in our financial plan versus what the actual was. And you can see that in some years it's been as high as $400,000, where we've had a surplus of actual less than budget. And it's been as low as $116,000. So it can vary widely, and but it does accumulate. And so the suggestion to possibly reallocate some of unrestricted surplus to this reserve, I think is not a bad suggestion. And so, for example, that would be about 1.6 million in this case. What I would prefer though is that we look at it in its entirety rather than one by one as we do this, because it's really important that we have a healthy unrestricted reserve to deal with whatever might come up. So that said, then looking at some of the things that might be coming up in terms of future expenditures, I think that we do want to start putting some money aside to be able to provide counsel of the future with some choices around this. But so some funding options for this might be to create that separate reserve, but to allocate a percentage of property taxes like we're doing with our capital reserve right now. So perhaps an additional 0.5% that would just be specifically identified as going into this reserve and wouldn't go into general revenue. And we could also show that as a separate levy on the property tax notice. Some municipalities consider that non-market change, the new development in a municipality, the taxes related to that going into a reserve related to protective services. I'm aware of at least one other municipality that does that. We could establish the reserve by reallocating amounts in unrestricted surplus for however number of years, and we can do some analysis around that. There could be a parcel tax related to protective services. So that's another way that it could be done, or an allocation of specific amenity funds to reserve. So if a developer provides a contribution to the fire hall or protective services, that could be directly through to the reserve. So there's a number of different ways that, excuse me, this could be funded. So an alternate recommendation might be to start this year with 0.5% of property tax towards that, or we could wait for the analysis to come and look at it and start it next year. So completely at council's discretion on that. If you were to add 0.5% property tax increase starting this year, by the end of 2027, it would have accumulated to about $1.3 million because we get that compounding effect when we do it this way. So just to provide you with kind of what the financial impact might be of that. And that would be 0.5% on top of the increases that we've already discussed.
I would just comment that when you suggest like for the reserve option, I do like the option of just waiting and doing it like completely with a total reserve study, as you're suggesting, at a later date. We could, do the 0.5 point right now, but I would like to only make that decision after we know what kind of percentage we're at, regardless, the totals. And why I like to continue, like the reserve is working very good. And I think it's great to even out the tax increases through the year. But what we have here is for the protective services for the RCMP. What we have coming up next is also like what we had suggested initially for a reserve for the fire hall, for the hot fire hall renovation. And I see it's coming up. I know I'm jumping a slide here, but I think that it should be in the same conversation as what we can go down the road as what reserves we have in place as is a reserve policy. And so it's a great idea. But the thing is, I think we have to like take that all together so we know how much we're adding to it. If everyone's taking a half a point and then adding it into reserve, then what's that going to do for the tax increase of that particular year? Yeah,
If I may,
that-
I have a slide that basically summarizes where we are based on what council has approved to date.
Yeah.
So
that's helpful.
we started with the initial items that were approved. Council's just added in that whole sheet of all of those items. If we also added the protective services reserve, we would be at a 6.8% plus a half for the capital reserve. And so that breaks down, as you'll see on the far right, to 6.3 plus half for capital and half for protective services for a total of 7.3. And that would be an impact of about $134 to an average residential house. And then we've already talked about our water and sewer user fees. So it would be a total impact of $155.
So to be clear, without the protective services, we just take the 134 property tax at 6.8% plus a half a point increase for the capital. Is that
No, so it's 7.3 total, 6.3 plus a half
Yes,
for capital
right.
and a half for protective services each. So an extra one would be a total of 7.3. And that would be including the protective services reserve.
right? But if we didn't do the protective services reserve at this time, we're looking at what we did on the full sheet, we're looking at 6.8 plus half.
Correct.
And that had to be
6.8
clear.
total, 6.3 plus a half if we didn't
Okay.
do the protective services reserve. would
Oh, I
be
see, okay.
Yeah.
So,
So
Comments?
that's where we are at with
Right
or
now.
without that.
that's what I'm ready to approve, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and so
Question maybe through to staff?
yeah, I'm just thinking that I would like to see like the rest of what we're going to approve here tonight before making the decision on it. Can we come back to that? Yes,
Sure.
thank you. Councilor Grimes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe a quick question, hopefully, or through to our Director of Finance, do we have any sense of what the impact would be financially if we were to just take the unaccounted for tax? I forget what the terminology was for it, the new tax base that we would have in the city as an option. Do we have any sense whether that gets us to where we want to get to?
I don't have that handy. Yeah, I don't recall. I'm sorry.
My only caution on that is by an extra tax increase, usually, or an extra tax receivable because of the growth we have, usually results also in an increased services as well. So be careful because you're going to use all the new growth and all the new services that they demand. That's kind of like they're funding themselves. So be careful. You want to tap into that. That's all I'm saying. It's just as a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the mayor. We're in a situation in the economy, as we've known, to do with a possible recession coming. We don't know. We've got to be careful with our funds. We're doing that, all of us, costing us a lot of money. So with the more money than we ever imagined. So when we're doing making these tax increases, is it possible to think of that for our citizens, what the cost will be? I know we have to be careful because they're in the same position too. So we have to be careful. That's just my comment. I don't know where you would cut or where we can cut as a council, but maybe we can be careful with what we're doing here. because it does impact all of us. Thank you.
Through the mayor. So yeah, certainly great comments. And I believe staff has really tried to bring a very tight financial plan. With a lot of our regular maintenance and asset infrastructure, the costs often increase over time. And so we try to find the balance between ensuring that we're keeping our infrastructure current and in good repair, because if we kick it down the road a little bit, often it'll end up costing our taxpayers more. So we try to be very sensitive about balancing those things and ensuring that the increases, again, are looked through that lens of criticality and where we feel that there are risks and liability or regulatory requirements. So yeah, appreciate your comments on that. Mhm.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Holmes, for being very proactive. I do have one comment, like I don't like the 0.5% increase at this time for protective services. I do want to mention, like through the mayor to our council, that there's so much push for our city and all the cities across Canada to grow, like from the feds, so much immigration, like close to 500,000 people a year. With the province, taking over the zoning, like they want cities to grow. So our piece, like we were talking about, the advocacy comes into play now, that perhaps we can pressure those levels of government to maybe revisit this funding model for the policing. A small city like ours, from 13,600 people to we reach 15,000. And now we're looking at a cost of 70% of policing to 90%. So that's a huge increase, about 1.6 million, I think, is the cost that I'm, could be wrong, but very close to that. So I'm hoping like through the different avenues we have, the ABICC, UBCM and FCM, we can bring this attention to our higher levels of government, that perhaps either the ceiling needs to be moved up or needs to have a sliding scale, like from 15 to 20,000, have a 5% slow increase, or the feds need to provide more funding. If they are putting so much pressure on our cities to grow, they have to provide those services and infrastructures for us to support, rather than we increasing the taxes on our people to provide these essential services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Okay, if there's no direction on that, I'll just leave it for now and, okay. Okay. Revisiting then and looking for some direction on our fire hall renovation addition. This is essentially what we discussed last week, and looking at 2022, having purchased the 2 adjacent properties to the fire hall as part of our long-term plan related to the fire hall. Looking at 2023 preliminary design and cost estimates, which were part of that original list that council already approved. So that would be funded out of the land sale reserve. And then looking forward to 2024, 2025 final design and construction, and wanting to ensure that if we're going to go ahead with those preliminary design and cost estimates this year, that we're looking at providing the funding going forward, at least at our best estimate at this point. And so what I had proposed to council was using mostly the gas tax remaining to fund that addition at the fire hall. And so if you recall, we went through how we could move some things around within our current financial plan. And from my perspective, make that work to fund the fire hall that way. And then this was kind of the summary of how it ultimately would be funded, with a total cost of about 6.6, including the original, those parcels of land purchase, which was done in last year's financial plan. And essentially to fund a total of 1.7 from our land sale reserve, with 1.4 of it already being spent. Gas tax of 3 million. And then, as we discussed, the RDN service agreement over a 20-year repayment would essentially contribute their proportionate share of 1.9. So that is how I had proposed the funding of it, of course, subject to council's discretion on something different.
I would like to say that I'm not pleased with using 3 million out of the gas tax all at once. I remember when we talked about this in previous meetings, is we discussed about creating a reserve fund to be, like funded on a annual basis, by like whether it was adding a point, a half a point or something like that to it. But to come up with 3 million all of a sudden, just not like to me, that was a gradual way of putting money aside anyways, it's going to go to the renovation. This is like taking $3 million out of the gas tax, and I understand, yes, it is applicable now. But it would actually wipe out the gas tax, what we have in the gas tax. And I think I would like to leave more of a proportion, or is there some way that we can say, since it's a 5-year plan, that out of that gas tax reserve is like what would half of 1% on taxation, what would that look like?
It
yeah,
would
you
be
probably
about
know.
$85,000. So
$85,000, right?
so it'd be many, many years before we would accumulate the funds that are required.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that it was just an idea. It was offsetting it. My plan was not to pay for it at this time with tax dollars and incentives at this point. It was just to start paying for it as it goes along. We already dropped considerable amount for the property purchases anyways, which was necessary. We dropped 2 million on it last year. Or this year, I guess, no, it was last year, 22. So we already did that. And I just think that it's 3 million is a big chunk of the gas tax. And I'm not sure that we need to apply that whole thing. But my intent on the reserves was exactly that. Putting reserves aside now so that it would lessen the tax increase at the time when we actually do the fire hall renovation. It wasn't to set aside enough money to pay for it. I didn't think anything was to do that like we do with all the other capital costs. It was just to soften the impact when it actually comes. That was my intention of it. So I'm not
So-
happy with.
Yeah, if I
That-
may, the fire hall renovation has been in the capital plan for 2024 for a very long time. So the idea of trying to build a reserve by next year would be difficult to raise that amount of funds. And the other item being,
Yeah.
if you have other ideas for the gas tax, then we might be able to use it on something else, but also wanting to show that gas tax committed as spent, as UBCM is requesting municipalities to do.
Yeah, I
And I
get
think
that.
that was part of, having it in the financial plan as being spent. But I guess what I would suggest is if council is wanting to move that fire hall renovation out, then the design and cost magnitude in 2023 may be out of date by that point. So we probably have to look at those together.
I would be okay with taking, sorry, what was the amount you said? It would be half of one?
$85,000. 85
85,000.
is
85.
half a percent.
Yeah.
Or 1% is about $170,000.
So if we took out the amount of that $85,000 for 5, it's a 5-year plan, right? We're doing a 5-year plan.
Right.
So 5 times 85. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say 400 and change. Was really more exactly if we had to put a reserve aside at half a point on taxation, instead of taking a half a point out of taxation, taking it out of the existing gas tax fund. Now 85,000, how are we doing? And then allocate that as if it was like a half a percent increase every time. And that way the taxpayers aren't having to pay that amount into it at this point. But not, instead of just adding another half point into a reserve fund onto it, use this amount instead.
Right.
Yes, and
Although this proposal here has no impact on property taxes, right? What we proposed.
no, it don't
here,
has a big
it would
impact on the
come up-
gas tax, though. There's $3 million in gas taxes. That's what I'm having a hard time for, because I think about, we sat on we used the gas tax for many very worthwhile projects in the past. And I'm not real happy with extinguishing it. at this particular point because we're unsure whether we're going to get another one after this. And so I'm not too excited about getting rid of the whole thing. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to staff, I believe it's UBCM's recommendation that we show that we are using all the gas tax. And if we do that, there's a greater chance that we might get more gas tax. And if we hold on to it, there's a lesser chance that we will get more gas tax. And so I will be supporting to use the gas tax up in hopes that that sends a signal that we'll take more in the future, please, for the fire hall. And I would also mention that we have the Growing Communities Fund, for the first time in ever, so that we will have money left in that, hopefully, to go towards anything that does pop up. So that's where I am at. Anyways, thank you.
And to comment on that, I would say that my intent is not to take the gas tax and just sit it in the bank, for a while. No, it would be to use the gas tax as we do, like, we can look at other projects, not tonight, but we can look at other projects that actually could use the gas tax to fund other projects that we know we have identified that we want to use that qualify for the gas tax. No, my intent is to, yes, we'll wipe it out, but we'll wipe it out instead of just with one venue or project. Maybe like spread, it's $3 million. Like spread it among others, if that was the case, like we would have used it a long time ago for some other benefit to the community that the people have been asking for, quite frankly. That's just my thought. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I do appreciate that, maybe a little bit of concern that we want to hang on to some money from the gas tax to have it available. Earlier, there was a question as to whether or not the Growing Community Fund could be used to fund the track, if there was something like that came up. But I also see that, support what came up at the UBCM, that we need to allocate it. And also with this, where have I got the gas tax? Hang on. There it is. It's starting in, pardon me, 2024, and then again in 2025. My question is, are there additional revenue streams or grant streams that may be explored for the fire hall renovation project? And, if there are some additional monies that fit with that, then perhaps that could free up some of that gas tax money. But I would support this as it is. And also I would like to see the project move forward in the timeline that's laid out here. But I am curious to know if there are other revenue, grant streams that we'd be looking at for something like a fire hall.
If I may, through the mayor, there has recently, i.e. the last couple of years, been some grants available for fire halls, which is unusual. Typically grants aren't available. So the fire chief is actively watching for the release of those. There isn't one right now. And what we would do if one came available, often other grants don't play well with the gas tax. But what we might be able to do is to fund a portion with a grant and offset with land sale reserve, or mix it up a little bit and have some flexibility. Similarly with the contribution to the track, if that can't be at a growing community, then we might use gas tax, in which case we could use growing community on this. So I think council's resolution has given us some flexibility to move that around. What I would comment about the UBCM further to Councillor Wood's comments is this is about the third year that UBCM is actively asking councils to show the gas tax spent and allocated within their 5-year plan. So notwithstanding the mayor's comments about not wanting to hold it back, they're wanting to see it committed in the 5-year plan and showing it as spent to put them in a stronger bargaining position. So I do agree with your comments that I think showing it spent actually enhances the opportunity for them to say our municipalities need these funds. So I'll leave you with that. Obviously, it's council's discretion on how these things get funded, but I do agree with that.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Maybe I'll start with a finance question. I'm pretty weak in the finance department, so I trust your judgment in this, but I see a 1.9 million paid off by the RDN in 20 years. How are we coming up with that money up front? Because it will take them 20 years to pay it back, correct? Is it coming out of the revenue or are we borrowing it?
Right, through the mayor. The way our agreement with them is set up for the fire services agreement is the capital costs are averaged over 20 years into the payment amount. So they've actually started already to pay on the purchase of the land in 2022 because that was a part of our financial plan. So yeah, we would provide some of that funding just through our own working capital. They would repay it over time at their, it's about a 29% share, I think typically that the RDN. So that's how that amount is calculated, but they would contribute to all of those costs within the agreement.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for entertaining these late night questions. Perhaps for the benefit of the community, perhaps you can answer. I know Fire Chief is here as well. This expansion is to add more bays to the fire hall. And with this expansion, we are looking at not needing a new fire hall. So it's like a most cost-effective option that we have. How far in the future are we seeing, you can project this will serve the needs of our community, say 10, 15 years, this new renovations will be good. So we don't need a new fire hall?
Right, through the mayor, I did ask the fire chief about that. He feels this will put the city in a good place for decades with this renovation. So he is looking out longer term and taking into account potential population increases and such. So that's part of what he envisions for it. Obviously, when we get down to those specific designs and costs magnitude, that may or may not change that, but that was his comment about that. I think as the city grows and if there's development in other areas and certainly in our agreement with the RDN, then there may be other, at some point a need for a second fire hall at one end or the other. So that would be a different conversation, but he feels that the renovation that he envisions within these cost estimates would be good for decades.
Anybody else?
Just a question, is there a motion on the floor or are we just asking questions? Okay.
Anybody want to provide a motion at this time? Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to provide a motion that we move the fire hall renovation addition as recommended by staff.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Do you have any discussion? If I may, just a couple points that I'd like to highlight with regard to the fire hall that have come up in our discussions in previous meetings is I just want to underscore the work that's being done by our fire chief to look for additional grant opportunities, as was mentioned tonight in previous meeting, but also that the fire chief is looking at other creative ways to get more value out of this fire hall, whether it is for our volunteer fire service providers or other amenities for the community through this project. So I just want to underscore that and commend the fire chief for that.
Thank you. I just, can anybody see Councillor Fraz? Okay. Did you have any questions, Councillor Fraz, before I call the question?
No, I'm good for now. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments? All those in favor of the motion on?
If I may, could we
Sorry.
just confirm that the resolution would allow the flexibility if we need to move the gas tax around, that we would be able to swap that out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your option.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor? I think that's a wave. Okay. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving along, I believe we have two more items that were listed on the strategic plan sheet here. Let me just get back to my notes. I had notes. Oh, perhaps just one, the pickleball. So let's just get to that page. And as noted on the summary in the agenda package, is the estimated cost was at 2.5 million and located roughly where it's shown on the map within the community park. And that estimate was based on operations looking at some recently constructed pickleball courts elsewhere on the island, as well as consulting with industry leaders. It also involved looking back at the 2019 work that was done at looking at putting pickleball courts at Springwood and just understanding the cost estimates that were provided at that point. And then also considering current materials costing. So this involves an estimate for 16 courts as requested, letdowns and minor related infrastructure included in that. Funding alternatives for this could be general operating funds. So you could have a tax increase related to this, or the growing community fund could also be considered for this. And that's what staff has recommended in the agenda package. Just a few cautionary notes on this one, just given location, is that those project costs do not consider the process to obtain permits. There's a number of DPAs for hazard, archaeological, and environmental items in the community park. It is inconsistent with the council approved community park master plan to put the pickleball courts there. So unknown impact on other future infrastructure plans within that plan, for example, expansion of other amenities. There are impacts to the stormwater management plan with that placement. So it would be a new non-permeable service. Stormwater infrastructure, swales and rain gardens would be impacted to some degree by that placement in the park. There would be impacts to the community park circulation study and upcoming circulation planning. The loss of approximately 20% of the community park parking spaces, while at the same time increasing park use and demand for parking. For example, we've got the new theater, special events, and expanded court users coming to the park. So there's some inconsistency there, I would note. It would have some impacts to the emergency access route that would require addressing. And then things like buffer zones, seating, lighting, and other supporting amenities are also not included in that cost estimate. As with our other projects in the community park, we're not sure what's going to be underground when we start to dig on that. So things like service infrastructure, chance finds that would require archaeological consultants to take a look at. So we're not sure what might come out of that. And given it's part of our downtown core area, we would want to consult with PDBA and other stakeholders with respect to this project. And then the other kind of overriding thing is it is a regional amenity, and does the RDN have a role in this? And we have a possible resolution for council to consider kind of placeholding the funding, but referring it to the RDN for consultation for further discussions around shared funding and things like that. So I would just provide you with that additional information with a proposed resolution here if council wanted to go down that road of kind of placeholding those funds, but also involving the RDN in that conversation with the upside of possible cost sharing, both in the capital and operating side of that.
Thank you. So let's just go to the questions. I would like to move this as exactly what you said, the last one, by putting it as a placeholder at this time to, maybe that's what it is right there. Yes, and that's the resolution that you're suggesting, that it is a placeholder.
If I may,
Yeah.
the resolution does include the aquatic center, so we could remove that at this point, given that's not,
Absolutely, that's when withdrawn.
okay.
Yes. So
Unless you did want to
okay,
just
I
initiate
just saw
that.
that.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
covered
kinda
there.
blanked out there.
Unless you did want to initiate that
No.
conversation at this point. And if you don't, then we would just cross that off
Yeah.
of this resolution, but otherwise it could stand for the pickleball.
I would like to move that resolution, please.
And-
Without the new aquatic center.
And with the funding from Growing Community Fund?
Yes, from
Yes.
the Growing Community Fund, and also, yes, and to include the RDN in full discussion. Yeah, anyways, so yes, I'll say that. I need a seconder. Thank you, seconded by Councillor Wood. So the reason that I like this, because many of the points that you made, why it may not work or won't work, needs to be studied further. And I can say, you know, like, I won't go into the little things. It's like, it's an excavation, but it's very shallow excavation. Because it's all that we're doing is we're providing a subsurface. That's why the park is so, where the parking lot is so great, because it's level. It doesn't have any trees that are pushing up the surfaces. It's really the ideal location and all the rest of it. I also have information from RDN that RDN want to participate. And there's ways that they do it. They just did the RDN pickleball courts in Manus. They just did that. So the RDN very much has a means of participation, and they're willing to sit down and tell us what that would look like. So that's going to give us time to investigate that. The other thing is that the pickleball community has said they would also be willing to come up with some funding as well to help pay for this, that this could be also a possibility. And that there is another grant funding stream that they're aware of, healthy communities, blah, blah. We'll be able to get that information for you. And as background, we had our first term in office 5 years ago. We had the pickleball associations come to council, and we talked about it. Jed already mentioned that there's other proposals, and the proposals were to be located at Springwood Park. And the costs were enormous at that time. Probably not so bad in today's dollars. And they were enormous. And so we kind of bandied it about and so forth, and like what we were going to do to provide them additional pickleball facilities. They came to us with a petition of 500 names. And they also have 750 people. So if you think the crowd that we had in here a couple of weeks ago was large, I can guarantee you they can have 750 people out there for the next meeting we have. But that's silly. You already know the amount of community members that want this. And so that's why I think it's very important that we move forward with this. This is a good move to actually get real costing and so forth before we do it. But all that we're doing at this point is just placeholding the money from the community funds. Growing communities fund. That's my thoughts. Councilor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to confirm, we would be placeholding the money, spending the money would be another motion later on down the road.
Absolutely. All
Thank
that
you.
we're doing is saying, don't spend that amount of money. It's there, whatever else, have at her. Yes. Councilor Gar.
Thank you, Mayor. I have met with a lot of pickleball players during the campaign. And even now, I have been in touch with a lot of pickleballers. I really admire their passion and dedication for this sport. I can list a whole bunch of benefits to being active and specifically to the sport of pickleball. What I don't like is the 2.5 million placeholding. Like, why are we holding up funds when we know this is a regional project? This cannot go through without regional support. I like how it's being presented, that we commit to funding what our share is rather than putting an amount to it at this time. I like the way that's presented by staff rather than putting money aside and saying, don't touch it, it belongs to pickleballs, because we know it will be very unreasonable, and I can't justify spending that much amount of money or even placeholding that amount of money saying we will take care of the courts, because it is a regional project. I'm wondering if the staff is aware of the new, I know RDN did a 2018 master plan study. So they did have a recommendation that every 5 years, which would be this year, they will do a new facilities needs review. Are you aware if that has come up? Have they come up with any recommendations for Oceanside? Or it might come up later. But the way it stands, like I like to support that we commit to funding, but I don't want to put 2.5 million aside for this.
If I may, Mayor.
Jennifer.
So I think what this resolution would do, just to clarify, is we would put the 2.5 million in, because that is saying to the RDN, we'll commit this funding, because it may be at the end of the day that the community park location is not considered appropriate. There may be a land purchase, perhaps the RDN has land as their contribution to the whole project. So what I would suggest is perhaps putting it in 2024 and just saying, okay, it's parked there next year, let the conversations happen this year. But I think we do want to show it as committed in our financial plan to demonstrate to the RDN that you're serious about the regional project going ahead. So I just want to clarify that we would be putting it in, and I would suggest putting it out a year. I don't think that it needs to be in 2023.
Yes, and exactly, and it's going to take that long to get that necessary information. There's so much more playing at this, as well as getting an accurate cost estimate.
Right, and I would suggest there's also amongst all of our asset work that we're doing this year, some on parcels of land that may also provide other information. And so all of that information can come back to council within that conversation at the RDN as well.
And also to your comment about it's a regional initiative, and well, so is all the Springwood parks that we do, which is huge asset and huge operating costs on Springwood. So that is all also regional, as well as our parks that we have and also our tennis courts that we have. We had some very forward thinking, and maybe Councillor Beal can go back. It wasn't that long ago that they had the forward thinking enough to put in 6 or 8 regulation sized tennis courts at Springwood. Which is a beautiful facility and came with a high cost at that time. I remember them responding to a need for the community. So this is what we have to do for our growing community, and this is all part of it. And I feel it's important that we take that initiative. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had an experience today that I didn't understand all this to do with the regional, because I'm a new councillor. And the Qualicum Ravensong Pool is actually a regional district funded project. And this person, who's very involved in the community for a long time, and background is she said she felt we shouldn't be involved, Parksville shouldn't be involved in any of those activities, pools, that is the regional district. And then we support and service it. And that was exactly what she said. So I was a new understanding. I didn't know this. Qualicum is involved in running it, but they did not build it. That's what I understand.
If
Is
I
that
can
true?
interrupt, and
Yeah.
that's not quite correct, Councillor Martin. I'll ask Councillor Kaler to give the funding. What's happened?
If I may, through the mayor, I know not happening. So basically with Ravensong, the city contributes in a funding agreement. So when it was constructed, there was proportional funding agreed to by the parties. And so every year the RDN requisitions about 850,000 from the city of Parksville to support that amenity. A similar thing is in place for the Oceanside Arena, which the RDN also runs. And then there's a combination of recreation amenities that are run by the cities. So ourselves and Qualicum Beach, and then the RDN actually gives us money to maintain those fields. So, or for us, it's fields. Qualicum might have other stuff for their community center, but I don't know. But we get money back for the regional use of our fields, basically, so that we can turn that around and maintain them. I think it's about 180,000 a year that we get back. So it's kind of a collaborative partnership back and forth, with some of us taking the full responsibility and getting support financially from our partners. And that kind of varies across the different recreation amenities. So hopefully that helps clarify.
What I understood was the capital expenditure for the pool in Qualicum was paid by the RDN. Is that?
If I may, through the mayor. Yeah, my understanding, this was a little bit before my time, but there was a referendum from the participating members. And so the capital costs and the entire project was funded through that referendum, or agreed to by the referendum. And then annually, we have a bylaw that lays out our proportionate contributions to that amenity.
Thank you very much. Our CAO, thank you. What I'm concerned about is when I was running for council, the pool was a big thing. It was mentioned I don't know, 50 times or more. And I thought, right in when we were doing the strategic plan, I said, make a decision on the pool. How do we make a decision on the pool? We don't have to spend millions to make a decision. Can't we have a referendum? Because I don't know how that works, but it seems to me to be progressive, to talk to the people and let them know what it would cost for a pool to actually do it with the RDN, I suppose. I'm bringing up this now because it was taken off here. And I don't know if I'm out of order. Am I out of order?
Somewhat, yes.
Oh, I thought,
Only because there's a motion on the floor and the
Okay.
floor is about pickleball and it's not
Okay.
about, the pool at this time.
so we got to bring it up again tonight about the pool then, because
I
you've
think we
taken
al-
it off the floor.
we already did. Talk about that we took it off and we were going to use. And anyways, let's finish the discussion on the pickleball.
Okay.
And then let's talk about the pool after we finish this motion. Is that okay?
Please, yes,
Okay, let's do that.
thank you.
Okay. Counselor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. I just want to say how much I appreciated your comments regarding involving the RDN and us all here being open to the possibility that the community park at the end of the day may not be deemed to be the best location for various reasons. So I just think that I appreciated that comment. The RDN, as you say, they may have lands already within the RDN that are appropriate. I mean, we're all going to be partners at the table there about this, but that's something certainly to keep in mind. And also there in the little report here, there was mention of buffer. I have been reading about the amount of distance that's expected or needed between pickleball courts and residences. Now I realize that down in the pool, down in the community park, that depending where they're planned, then it may be at the entrance to Surfside and not necessarily right beside the mobile home or park models that are down there. And I realize that they are meant to be at least temporary, but nonetheless, they are tourist accommodation. And those are all things that I think we're going to need to be mindful of. I understand that Port Moody, I think, it needs to be 350 feet. There are some others that need to be 500 feet or some creative buffer and so on. So I think that information changes as we go from community to learn more about that. And I also believe that the pickleball community itself is trying to work on ways to make it slightly quieter, just not so, irritating. So anyway, they already have having it go to did I say that irritating? Apparently it's only irritating when if you're not playing.
Yes.
You're not playing. But anyway, the RDN taking the lead, if you like, or being a really important player with this is really important for us.
If I may, through the mayor, thank you for your comments. What I would, just for your information, the CAOs of the District 69 meet regularly. So the RDN CAO, Qualicum and Parksville. And so things like this come up where there's opportunities for shared projects and things like that. So that is how this came about.
And I too would like to resonate exactly this full consideration and cooperation with the RDN. Because they have so much more information and can provide suggestions to alleviate things like you said and other factors that may come up. And then I just say that I'm a big fan of the RDN recreation programs as well. I think they do an amazing job. So collaboration with them is just completely agreed upon, and we have to pursue it. Councillor Frass.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. When it comes to pickleball courts, I think it's important that we also keep in mind that there is already $270,000 budgeted for 8 pickleball courts to be installed down at the community park, resurfacing the tennis courts. I personally don't see how 16 additional courts at the cost of $2.5 million is necessary or even a responsible use of that money. Right now, Qualicum is building new pickleball courts. We also have indoor pickleball courts at our community center, the Boys and Girls Club there next door, which is utilized often through the week. And Anus has additional pickleball courts. I think given a little bit of time, even by this time next year, you'll see that we have more than enough pickleball courts to service the membership of the regional membership that's out there. So I don't think this is a good use of money to be spending it on, particularly if it comes at the cost of the park and the community park. When I listen to that staff breakdown of this kind of a project, I don't hear a lot of enthusiasm. I hear a lot of warning in it. And unless the staff was recommending it or giving that kind of support to it, I think we should be very cautious about it. So I personally, this is one of those items where I think we should definitely wait on. This is not one of the first out of the gate of the first budget to commit this kind of money. Even with the, if it's going to the RDN for some kind of discussion, I don't think it should have any kind of commitment and that we're building new courts at this point. I think it should be purely exploratory without any kind of budget amount to it.
Councilor Gore. Councilor Gore.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I like what Councillor Frass had to say. If I understand, there's two models when we are working with the RDN recreation, if I understand from what our CAO was explaining. If we own the rec facilities like the fields and whatnot, we only get certain portion, about 30% of the cost for maintenance. But if it's built by the RDN, like through the regional, then that cost sharing model is different, like say for the arenas and everything. So to me, it seems like if you put 2.5 million, it kind of gives a signal one way or the other, this is what way we are trying to go. I would personally like it to be more like the arena, where it's an RDN led project where we do our share, because that share can be very different from what we get the money back for certain things like the fields than let's say our share towards the arena. So I don't feel comfortable putting money aside. I want to collaborate with the RDN, come up with a model where it's fair depending on, it's a regional project. It's a regional need. Players are from all over Oceanside, and I think they realize that. So I don't support putting aside 2.5 million at this time.
Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we go back to the wording of the resolution, and particularly if we're looking at the possible resolution, including eliminating the reference to the aquatic center, that doesn't actually include a dollar amount with it. I'm just wondering, is there any disadvantage to leaving out the money at this point? Making a resolution to go to the RDN board to work on this project or see how it fits in their recreation plan overall area. And at the same time, knowing that we're not going to rush out to spend every bit of the growing community fund until we have more information about this. Like, is there a disadvantage to doing that? Is there a downside to just saving that money and not spending it right away?
If I may, through the mayor, I think.
Yes,
that
Jetta. You had mentioned before that the RDN kind of need like a commitment that and that was the reason you suggested putting it as a placeholder, if I recall. Or you can add more to it.
No, I think that's it.
That was the reason that the money was allocated as a placeholder to the RDN. So the RDN know that we're actually seriously looking at it. Then they will tell us what commitment they can make based on that factor. Am I right? And the other comment I'll have to say as well too. We all agreed that this is part of our strategic plan, pickleball. As you know, the strategic plan was decided. We talked about it in recreation facilities, and I included it in there specifically as said right from the start, is the strategic plan. And when we decided that, like we all put everything on the table as to what we felt was important, that what we heard from the community. So I put that in, and I also listened to what you heard from your community and make sure that what your requirements were as well. So we did have that in the streets. Yes, Councillor Bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will be clear that I actually do support the construction of additional pickleball courts. I think that's a very valuable thing for us to do for the community and also for our visitors and for tourism and all kinds of things. I also believe that if we build these and or have built or work with the RDN to have these new courts built, then they will likely be used by the associations or groups that book the fields, those courts. And it would be my hope that the new pickleball courts that are being put in where the tennis courts are down in the community park and perhaps in the lacrosse area as well, which those will go ahead in the near future, but that those would then become available for drop-in and people couldn't be, you know, I've spoken with people who have tried to just drop in and everything was booked. It was like booked every single day, all day long. And so they couldn't get there at all. So I do hope that we'll end up at the end of the day with something that is more flexible for people who just arrive and are not part of an organized group.
Thank you. And to be clear, the associations never book it all day long. They always have a free time, like for half a day is always free time. And the reason, the benefit is of this, and the lacrosse boxes are off the court or off the project. They're not being done, if I can confirm. Was not the part of the court resurfacing. If Ms. Woods could confirm that, like the tennis courts were being converted, half of the tennis courts were being converted. But I believe that the lacrosse box, I'm not sure, did that get slid off?
No, so currently we have scheduled coming up in the very near future, the tennis courts, one half being permanent dedicated, and then the other half having the temporary abilities to put courts on and off. So that's the two sides of the tennis courts. The lacrosse box, we were just waiting for some further direction because we had some additional information that came forward from Lacrosse BC, as well as we were waiting to see what came of your strategic plan because it was brought forth in this. So the funds are still there and it's still there for us to do.
Isn't that being done right now? Is
The
part of-
tennis courts are all booked. The lacrosse box
Yeah,
has some additional pieces to it from the lacrosse groups and some additional information that we were working on a report to bring back to the mayor and council on some new information that was brought forth with that might impact your wishes for what that lacrosse box, it's just resurfacing. And it was to keep the 6 temporary pickleball courts, basketball and lacrosse in the lacrosse box is the original direction that we have.
right, but that's not happening now. That's been taken out of this plan that's currently being done right now. Like, well, along with the gathering place, they were doing the gathering place as well as the tennis court conversion of half of it.
So
Half was going to remain.
half is permanent, half is temporary. So half has all the lines and the everything so that they can put temporary, the temporary pickleball courts in, just like so right now they use the whole thing with the temporary.
Yeah.
So now it's half temporary, half permanent.
Right, half, exactly as it is, and it is still the tennis court, the tennis nets are still there on half.
Correct.
Right, yeah, but there's no plan going on right now to resurface the lacrosse box.
There's no contract. It's a plan still, but the
Yeah.
contract hasn't been signed for that piece yet.
Okay, wouldn't you do that contract at the same time as you're resurfacing the tennis courts? That's what I was led to believe.
Yeah, so we do have additional information that we want to bring forth to make sure that council direction we're able to follow council direction on that with this new information.
Some clarification would be good.
So sorry, if I may through the mayor. So the Lacrosse BC representatives have changed in the last very recent short period of time. And they have some additional needs and additional information that has come to light. And so that is identified in the master plan as lacrosse first, or like lacrosse priority amenity. But there's some additional issues, I guess, that have been brought to light from the lacrosse folks, like from Lacrosse BC. And so our plan was, basically, we're kind of doing all of the work in the community park in stages. And our plan was, before we initiate the contract for that, we would bring back the new information that we've just received from Lacrosse BC to council for confirmation of that money being spent. I believe it's 8 temporary courts on that for pickleball. Sorry, 6. So the plan initially is that there would be 6 shared courts for pickleball on that site. And that could still be, but the lacrosse needs are different than what we initially expected. So our plan was to, I think I actually mentioned to the mayor, we just haven't had a chance to talk to you, but our plan was to bring something back to council just to confirm that you want us to go ahead with the plans, and then also allow the lacrosse folks to identify what they might need.
It's just to resurface, like the original was just to do the repairs to the surface and redo the lines of lacrosse and basketball and pickleball. So I mean, pickleball still has the exact same 6 courts that they've always had there on the temporary use basis. So it just hasn't been refreshed with the new lines and the repairs to the surface. But in part of that money is to redo the boards and some other fencing and some other issues that are happening with the safety concerns for lacrosse.
Not to be picky, but I believe the resolution actually called for the resurfacing of the lacrosse box. That was a resolution made by council,
Yeah, it's to do the repairs on the surface
Yes,
and to
but-
do the repainting.
but that's off now. It's off the table. But the resurfacing would be best to be done like the contract that has been signed with the contractor that's there. It includes the resurfacing of the lacrosse box.
No, it's a different surface and then
Yes.
the tennis court. So it'd be different materials, a different contractor, a different to do each of those projects. Like the lacrosse box is a different surface than a tennis court.
I'm with you, but when the final proposal came back to the last council, it was to resurface the lacrosse box. And it was all supposed to be, you changed the name, you changed it into a sports and safety. You had a term that instead of just redoing the pickleball courts, and it came back with, and then all of a sudden volleyball was included in it. The improvements of the volleyball area, for the load and pickup. But it also included the conversion of the tennis courts, but it also said about resurfacing the lacrosse box. So I don't understand how you can say that this is happening with a different surface sometime later. Like why wouldn't it just, in the contract that we just signed anyways, it should have been all included that, but you're saying that's going to come up later because new information has come up about lacrosse, which is just going to blow me out of the water because we never had a delegation from lacrosse come before we made that suggestion of what we're going to do.
So if I may, through the mayor, we had direction from council to engage all of the user groups before we came back with that final plan. And so at that time, we had talked to the pickleball, the basketball, the tennis, the soccer, baseball, like all of the user groups in that area. We still have it on our work plan and in our budget to do that phase or that item. But we now have some additional information that we basically could change the scope of that, or we could add to it, or we could see if the lacrosse BC folks are going to bring something to the table. But we basically want to give them that opportunity to come to council before we initiate the scope of that contract for that particular area. But it's not taken off the books or anything like that. We're trying to do it in phases so that we can manage everything kind of in a domino effect manner. And that one's still on the books to be done, but we just want to confirm that if we're going to move ahead and lacrosse BC says what we're planning doesn't meet their current regulations, is it still worth doing that work for the lacrosse side if they can't use the facility? And so that was basically what we want to bring back to council with some options and the full picture of what isn't working. And I don't know enough about lacrosse to know this, but there's certain safety aspects that even if we go and spend the money and resurface it for lacrosse, they may not be able to use it. And so we just want to confirm kind of what the scope of it should be. It doesn't necessarily affect the pickleball, but it does, it's a lacrosse issue, and that's supposed to be lacrosse first amenity.
Okay, it's a moot point, but that's fine. I'll move on from that line of questioning. So back to the motion on the floor. Councilor Beal, you okay?
I was just going to ask if maybe we'd know more about this when staff actually brings the information,
Right.
and it's easier to understand when
Fair
we've got
enough, yeah,
that presentation. And yes, exactly what you're saying. I thought maybe we could get back to the
Yes.
motion about pickleball. Thank
Okay.
you.
Is there any more discussion about the motion on? Councilor Grant?
Thank you, through mayor to council. So on the allocation of funds, I'm kind of with some of my fellow councilors on the reluctance to allocate the funds tonight from the Growing Communities Fund. I notwithstanding direction from our Director of Finance, I think from a financial perspective, I totally understand that. Maybe from a political perspective, there are political things that can happen maybe ahead of financial ones as well that would get the ball rolling. Because I do have some more information that I personally really need to be able to make a decision on this around the, how this fits into the master plan for the community park. Some of the other items that were raised by staff are also things that kind of come to mind as far as how does this fit into everything else? And one thing that hasn't been touched on is that this would be very close to the curling arena, which also I'm not sure where that fits into the overall picture, because I know that's probably coming close to end of life as well. And we'll have maybe some substantial costs associated with whatever the future is for the curling arena. So those are kind of my thoughts on it. So my preference would be to, if council brings forward a resolution more along the lines as written without having to allocate the funds this evening, then I would feel more comfortable with it personally. Maybe one final thing, business case. I would really love to see where we're at in terms of business case, in terms of the sort of per capita pickleball court. Because if everyone's seen the need and there's been lots of work done in the last 5 years to bring about more pickleball courts, maybe we're going to hit a point where we're pickleball overload. So I don't know where we're at in terms of that. Maybe you can never have enough pickleball. I don't know, but but if we're not looking at the business case, then we may be spending money after something that doesn't have the demand to suffice the expenditure.
Okay, so I'll just call the question. I'm not prepared to amend the motion, so I'll just call the question. All those in favor of the motion? No, with the fund dedication. No, yeah. All that we're doing is just placeholding the funds from the community works fund,
Mr. Mayor, would you
growing
like-
communities fund. Yes.
Do you want me to read out?
Yeah, thank you.
If I may, through the mayor. So the motion moved by Mayor O'Brien, seconded by Councillor Wood right now, is that council allocate 2.5 million from the communities fund. What is it called? The Growing Communities Fund, and send a referral to the RDN to discuss this being a regional, for pickleball, for this to be a regional recreation service and explore costs and options.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed. That fails. Next,
Okay.
go ahead.
I believe we have two things left to consider. I'll just hit on the one brand new item and then we can kind of revisit where we're landing tonight. This is just bringing back further to the delegation at the beginning of the meeting. And that was with respect to the playground request at Shelly Road Park. And just to provide some more information with respect to an estimate provided by our operations staff, and that the $38,000 quote from the delegation didn't include some significant costs, as they noted, including some installation, civil groundworks, the rubber surface related to making it more accessible, inspection, maintenance, and replacement ongoing. And so based on our park staff, which do a parks project playground equipment every year, their best estimate on this is that the total project would be closer to 136,000 with all of those items included. And that the yearly maintenance, at least for the first 5 years, would be about $2,000 per year. So funding options for that is, one, it could be a property tax increase. There may be grants that are available. Certainly the delegation indicated their willingness to do more fundraising as well. So there's probably a combination of ways that that could be funded if council wanted to give direction for it to go in the financial plan this year, or wait for further information on that. Certainly if we were going to have staff continue looking for grants on this, typically we like it to be in council's work plan as an item that is identified, and we would keep an eye open for grants. So I would look for your direction on that if you have any with respect to the financial plan.
My only comments on this is there's so much more information that's needed. You know, I want to look at the requests, obviously, but I want to look at it with a staff report as to what the actual cost is going to be, and the projections and so forth, and defer it to a later time. Yeah, you can recuse yourself if you like, Mary, but.
Yeah, I will. I will do that. I just wanted to give 2 pieces of information, although there's someone else in the audience who could.
Right.
Is that all right?
I don't
can't
think you
give
can.
information. Okay.
And that information. Yeah, and that information would come from what I'm suggesting from the staff report on it. So I don't think we have to decide on this tonight. And that's all I'm suggesting is just to defer this to a later moment. Get all the reports from the staff. So not allocating any funds at this time. That's so you're okay with that? Councilor Grimes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I assume that through the staff that this would be eligible for the Growing Communities Fund, should we decide, I guess at least the capital portion of it. Yeah,
Possibly.
it's currently down as property tax increase.
It
but-
is a brand new project, so certainly it probably fits within the recreation component, but I think we're going to get some more clarity on that in the next couple of days on it.
Councilor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. If to our CAO, how did this affect the notice of motion that I put during this meeting? If we are deferring it now?
It doesn't. Your notice of motion is really not formal. So until it comes forward as an actual motion. And your notice of motion doesn't have a time limit. So you don't have to bring it back right at the next meeting. You could wait until you're ready.
Okay. I think that we've looked through all of the items for direction. So what I just want to confirm for council was the one question that we left outstanding was the protective services reserve, and whether council wanted to give any direction on that, given everything else we've looked at. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we wait for Mary. Mary's coming. Wait for Mary. Increase. I don't like increase. Sorry, Mary, Jetta just mentioned what we missed. You might have missed the intro.
Yeah, just looking at whether council wishes to give any direction on the protective services reserve for this year's financial plan. That was kind of left outstanding at the earlier discussion once we knew where everything else was.